get the call going. Sorry about that. Okay, Wireman, you recorded it also, and that would be great. And we can just have our call and not worry about the recording. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. I appreciate it. Harold, are you back yet? Let me see here. Let me unmute.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Anyone else want to be unmuted? Press *8 and I will unmute you. Sorry about that. Mamma mia. Okay, I'm unmuting folks that are pressing the *8. Anybody else want to be unmuted? Press *8.
Are you recording yet, Angela?
We've got, no, the call is not going to be recorded through TalkShoe, but 2 of our members are going to record it. I can't get it to work.
Oh,
So they'll record it and then they'll send it to me and I'll upload it.
oh, okay.
It'll be there.
I'll meet back now. West Michigan Jurisdiction. Yep. Bye.
Okay. Anyone else want to get in? Did Harold, are you back? No, he's not. Oh my goodness. Well, give it a few more minutes. Everyone can get back on.
While we're waiting, can I give you a compliment?
Oh, please do. I love compliments. Who's this?
This is Richard in North Carolina. I
Hi,
just wanted
Richard.
to say that, thanks, hi. I just wanted to say that your website is really stellar. It's got to be one of the most comprehensive things I've ever seen.
Oh, thank you so much.
I know you spend nights and stuff working on it. It really is pretty impressive.
Thank you. Well, you know, it started out where I put all my stuff. I used to put all my stuff on a website because I'd be afraid I was going to lose it, you know, with a crash or something. And so it just started out that way. That's why it's My Private Audio. It was called, you know, My Private Audio to begin with because that's what I did. But I started sending so much stuff to other people, and, you know, they were emailing me to send them stuff that I just made it more accessible to everybody and let it go live, sort of, so that you can just go there and get whatever you want, and I don't have to be emailing everybody. There's a lot of stuff there. I just added some more stuff today. If you go to the, if you go on that link at the top right where it says today's call info, I added some stuff that John Stewart sent, and also some stuff that one of our lawman members sent regarding notice of lien, which I thought was pretty interesting stuff.
Oh, wow.
But, so I just made a new IRS page also, which it's on there too. Go ahead.
Oh, no, great. Both of those are things that I'm really interested in currently, as well as doing the Jesse's process for the regular debt collectors, but the debt collectors don't bug me nearly as much as the IRS does.
Oh, well.
That's normal.
Yeah. Well, they bug us all, you know. We can't have any peace. Doesn't seem like they have to keep bugging us. I'm going to, let's see here. I was hoping to have a gentleman on from Omaha, Nebraska by the name of Paul John Hansen, but I didn't get to him in time, and oh, Harold's back. Great. Hi, Harold. Glad you made it back. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Didn't happen where I was able to restart. So we've got Wireman and Moxie are recording it for us, and I'll be able to upload it later, so we won't miss anything. Thank you so much. How about Dave? Can he record? I don't know. Is Dave on the call? I don't even know. I don't see Dave on the call.
Had I known, I could have called in on my other number and I could have recorded.
Oh, that's okay. We've got Moxie and we've got Wireman covering it, so it should be fine. I know we can rely on them, so. I'm reading the chat. Trying to read the chat. What? I'm sorry.
I was saying, who did that April 14th one? They did a pretty good job on that. Remember that after hour one?
Oh, you sent me that one, didn't you?
Yeah, but I forgot who I got it from.
Oh, me too. I even put that up on the website, so it wasn't that big. But, anyone that wants to participate in the conversation, press *8, and I'll unmute you. We have open call tonight. Anyone is welcome to chime in if there's anything of interest you'd like to speak about or ask a question. Go ahead, Doug. Hi. Okay. Hi, Doug.
Hi, Angela. How's things going?
Fine, thank you. How about you?
So far, so good.
Yeah. How's the accepted for values coming along?
For me, pretty good. For others, it's hit and miss.
I know it's not consistent. You know, it's really a bummer because people ask me, does it really work? And I go, yeah, for some. You know, it does. And what can I say?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen videos on YouTube that people have had success with, and they said they just follow the same process. The latest rumor is that people need to take care of their federal debts first, then possibly their state taxes next, and then the other things might be able to work. And that might be true, because that is the way I did mine. I took care of the federals first, and then I took care of my state taxes, and then I threw everything else at them. So there's some truth to that.
I don't know. I sort of give up on it.
Can I make a comment?
Sure. Go right ahead.
Well, I just want to say that a few of us over here in North Carolina tried that for a while, and of course I had the typical $5,000 threat from the IRS for doing it with them. But a friend of mine who didn't have any IRS problems or anything like that, he did one for for hospital treatment for his wife. It was like $30,000, and that was mysteriously gone after he did that, which was pretty impressive, I thought. So there's a failure and a success. You know, what the heck?
Yeah, I've heard that from several other people where it wasn't working for them, but they told one of their friends, and they did it, and they got success right away. And the people that have been studying it and trying it are still wondering what's going on.
Can I say something?
Sure.
I've tried it for hospital bills for a few family members, and all of it has been paid hospital, but I've tried it for RS, and no luck there.
You tried it for hospital bills, and it worked, but you tried it for the IRS, and it didn't?
Yep, and it didn't work for the state either.
And when you did it, did you send it to the IRS for payment, or did you send it to the hospital bill collector?
To the IRS.
Mm-hmm. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
Several bills.
Yeah, it's like it works for some child support, it works for some state taxes, or not state taxes, property taxes, because they've got the proof, and it works for, a few other things, but like what was it, loans, college loans it worked for, and hospital bills.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting,
Yeah.
And then it used to work for IRS, but not consistent. Yes.
How are you?
Hi, Carlos. I'm fine, thank you.
All right. I bought the Winston Shroud latest CD on Accepted Value with the updates, and according to the Winston Shroud in his latest collections of victories, that's what I'm trying to say. He says that you have to send the Accepted Value with a 1040 ES. He says he didn't know that. He says it'll work in 1/3 of the. He doesn't tell you that it's going to work 100%. They says he's got a word from a lady that used to work for the IRS or works for the IRS. So it's a 1040 ES, and he sends it to the CID. That's the right location. That's according to his latest CD that I got about 10 days ago.
Okay.
Sarah mentioned that. So that's 1040 ES with a setter for value and send it to the CID. He says you can actually go, if you have a CID location near you, you can actually walk in there. And
well, yeah, we've had a few people walk in. We remember we had a call. Some gentleman went into the IRS down in San Diego, and then one time on one of Sam's calls, a gentleman, I think, spoke about going into the IRS in San Francisco.
Right. But
if I'm not mistaken.
I found it interesting, the fact that you send it with that 1040 ES form. So I just wanted to say that.
What is that, the 1040 ES? Is that an estimated or something?
Yes, yes. It's a 1040 estimated, yes. And you send it, because he used to send a 1040V, but that would, he says, don't do that. Yes, go ahead, send a 1040 ES so that you can send more than one.
I've tried that with no success.
Okay. Which one did you try?
The ES and the V.
Where did you send it to?
I send it to the RS.
Okay. Did you send it to the CID?
Send it to Covington. I send some to Washington and some to Olden.
Okay. If I were you, I would send it to CID before I give
I
up.
tried the CID. That's Covington.
Okay. All right. Anyway, I thought I would share that with you.
Well,
if it
thank you, but it just shows that they're not consistent, that's all. It's just not consistent.
I know.
In the Winston Shroud said, leave the form, leave the amount blank on the form ES.
Done that too.
Yes,
right?
yes. Actually, he's stated that you leave the money order blank too. You fill it out all the way, except you don't put an amount on it.
Right. Done that. No success.
No success.
Oh my God! I guess you gotta give up. No, don't give up. Don't give up.
Never give up.
I'm just kidding.
What I heard, can I say one thing? What I heard is that if you send the V in, the V, that shuts it down for the year. So if you sent that in first before the ES, you won't get any results at all. That I haven't sent either the ES or the V, but I haven't had any success on mine.
Except when I first started doing mine, I filled out many 1040Vs, and they all went through.
Oh, well, maybe my information was wrong.
Well, it might not be. It may be that it was fewer people doing it, and they just allowed it just because they weren't overburdened. And now that a lot more people are doing it, they may be more stingy or more disagreeable.
Well, you have to
just leave it on pallet.
You have to be persistent. Maybe they just testing you. Make sure you know what you're doing. I would be more persistent before I give up.
But isn't it also a CID unit? The IRS also has a CID unit, and U.S. Treasury has a CID unit.
I don't know. I've heard stories of where all IRS offices have CID divisions or something in there, and I don't know if that's true or not, and I don't know if there's a Treasury Division CID or an IRS Division CID. All I know is Covington is CID.
Right, I think that address, actually, IRS and the U.S. Treasury is in that same building, and the CID unit is basically it, maybe.
Have you all read what's on the website about what I read on a couple of shows ago about Louis T. McFadden and what he what was spoke? He was before Congress, and he was yelling about the banking cartel, and it was like 1933. And I read it on the call, and Rocco took it to heart, and he did it. I want him to talk to us about that. Are you on the call yet, Rocco? Oh, he's not on yet. I'll read it again so that you understand what I'm talking about. Louis T. McFadden was before Congress, and he was bitching about the banking cartel, and he was giving a for instance as to the situation, the way after they, took away the gold and everything, and he said, Mr. Chairman, if a Scottish distiller wishes to send a cargo of Scotch whiskey to these United States, he can draw his bill against the purchasing bootlegger in dollars, and after the bootlegger has accepted it by writing his name across the face of it, the Scotch distiller can then send the bill to the nefarious open discount market in New York City, where the Fed will buy it and use it as collateral for a new issue of federal notes. Thus, the government of these United States pays the Scotch distiller for the whiskey before it is shipped, and if it is lost on the way, or if the Coast Guard seizes it and destroys it, the Fed simply write off the loss, and the government never recovers that money that was paid to the Scotch distiller. And you can read the whole thing. It's linked on the website. What he's saying there is what you would do is, if you got a bill from someone, you would write your name across the face of it as accepting it, has accepted it by writing his name across the face of it, and then send it back to the whoever billed you, and then they would send it to the New York market window, open window, Fed window, whatever you want to call it, and that's how it would be paid.
Wow.
Are you following me?
Are you
following? Yeah, it's been around for, well, that's accepted for value is what it is. Rock, are you coming on or what?
You made perfect sense.
Yeah, 262. What is 262? I'm trying to get Rocco, because Rocco did it. He took what I said and tried. Be here. You're a guest 262? No, I don't.
Come on, Rocco.
Yeah, Rocco, come on. I want you to tell us about it. 262 area code. Okay, so who am I looking for on the call? I don't know. Where are you, Rocco?
It's star 8.
Yeah, press star 8. That would be the easy way.
Oh, hello?
Hello?
Hello, hello?
Oh, hello?
Finally, I've been pressing, so must be talk shoe or some third time got it. So
is that you, Rocco?
That is me.
Well, you're on here as Uzi, U-Z-Z-I.
Oh, yeah. I'm a man of many names. What can I say?
I'm looking for 262 area code.
I know. Okay, I forget.
Okay.
Sorry. You reminded me of something.
That's all right, honey. Tell us what you did and what happened and all like that.
Well, I did what you had brought up and talked about. So, I took a child support bill and a Verizon wireless bill, and just simply, signed across, and then I actually put the social underneath, and then sent it in. Just simple. 309. Yeah.
Okay, but see, you were supposed to send it back to Verizon or the court or whoever's doing the child support, and they're supposed to send it to the Fed window.
Oh, well, I thought it was directly to the Fed window, so...
Well, it said that if you read it, did you read the thing from Louis T. McFadden?
No, we had discussed this in Skype, so you're saying there's no reason why if something was just sent to the Fed window. So, that was a glitch then. I didn't realize it was to the vendor.
Yeah, because that's what he said about the Scottish distiller, is the bootlegger would send after he accepted it, he would send it to the distiller, and the distiller sends it to the Fed window.
Okay, the distiller sends it. Okay, yeah.
Now, the reason why I'm saying that, and the reason why I think that's a winner, or possibly a winner, is because I did that, but I did it to the chief financial officer of a credit card company with the bill.
Right.
And the bill was over $17,000, a credit card bill, and it's gone.
Holy smokes.
That was a couple of years ago.
Oh, I had no idea.
That was before I ever, well, that's when we were sending it to the chief financial officer.
Sure.
The IRS.
I remember all that. Right.
Yeah.
CFO, creditors and commerce stuff.
Right, and so it makes more sense when you read what Louis T. McFadden said back in 1933.
Can you read that again? Or could you?
It's on the website. Do you know the website, myprivateaudio.com?
Okay, where it on the web? It's under McFadden, his name or something?
It's right next to the video of, here, let me find out. I don't know. It's right next to the little, there's like 9 videos.
I see his name.
Where it says, wake up.
I see Louis T. McFadden. I see his name.
Okay, above where it says his name, that's where it says wake up. I put the part there. If you click on his name, that'll take you to the page with the whole thing that he, addressed Congress with, which is about, I don't know, it's a lot of pages.
Okay.
But I isolated the one paragraph where he speaks about the Scottish distiller. Right above his name, it says wake up at the top of the paragraph.
The document says nothing has changed.
Well, that's the website. Yeah, that's the whole thing that he wrote. If you go back to my website where his name is on the page and just read what's above it.
Okay.
That's it's Mr. Chairman, if a Scottish distiller wishes to send, it's all just that one paragraph.
Okay.
I mean, the whole thing is good. Go back and read it later. Okay. But right now, all that we're talking about is that one paragraph about that he speaks about the Scottish distiller.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Because he pretty much explains it right there, right? My opinion.
So when you
so that means you don't have to be a secure party creditor to do it either.
No, we never said you did. That was somebody else's deal. That was Tim Turner's deal.
So you just signed your name? You just signed your name, that's it?
I signed my name, I accepted it for value and signed my name and did it the way I did it, the way we do it to the IRS, only instead of sending it to the IRS, I sent it to the chief financial officer of the credit card company that I was doing business with.
Mm-hmm.
And he sent it, I'm sure he sent it, and had it securitized, probably with others. I mean, I don't know.
I wonder, Angela, I wonder if we send directly to bank, I wonder if they go through the government and do it properly, or they do it themselves and put some profit, in their pocket.
I don't know. I didn't send it to a bank. I sent it to the chief financial officer of a Visa, of one of the Visa's companies. I mean, and apparently he knew. And, I got a bill back. I got a regular billing statement from the credit card company, like within a couple of days after I sent it. So I put a conditional acceptance on that and sent that to the CFO also. I think it was something that may have just crossed in the mail. Because after that, that was it. It was done. I never heard from them again. No collection agency, nothing. And that's the only one that worked for me.
Yeah. I'm wondering what I should do. If you're talking child support, you're talking maybe the comptroller or county treasurer. I mean, I don't know who would be the top dog there.
I don't either. Is it a superior court, or how is it where you?
No, it's just a circuit court.
Yeah, here in California. What?
The way I've heard it was, at least the last one was done through the IRS, but it seems like I've heard others say they did it through the courts as well, and I didn't get any information from them because I didn't think about asking them. I don't know if they sent that to the clerk or to a judge or to who. They just said they went through the court.
Yeah, I think the court is also bank. You know, they collect money and.
It is. The bench means bank.
Yeah, and also every day, U.S. Treasury actually collects all that stuff and pick it up from the court.
Well, I think what matters is sending it to the right person that knows how to send it to the Fed window.
Yeah.
That has, the right, and the chief financial officer would be that person, in my opinion. But, I mean, who am I?
You would think so.
I think the CFOs knows how to do that. I mean, they probably are the only one. They're trying to keep everything secret.
Well, I think the CFOs used to be the ones who knew how to do it. But as time goes on, if people aren't doing this and one CFO is replaced by another CFO and they don't pass on that secret information.
No, they're not going to. They're not going to become a CFO unless they know about the open Fed window.
Of course.
They're not going to become a CFO unless they know, because it's all about what Louis T. McFadden is saying. That ever since 1933, they've been doing the securitization. They're creating Federal Reserve notes on a signature. Well, that's what they do with our promissory notes with mortgages. They take them, bundle them up, and put them in a trust, and then they fractionalize or securitize them. What do they divvy that? They slice and dice it with. I heard somebody refer to it as that. And make 1 million, like shares of stock, and then people invest in them. Right. Right. So anyway, that's just how it appears to me.
Yeah, I'm thinking it could be the clerk of court, or if you're going to go to the CFO, you just get the DMV number, for the court, the county, I guess, and then you're going to have this, you can find them that way, the Dun & Bradstreet, number.
We have a proof that somebody did it with child support on the website. Don't we have that, Doug?
I believe
we have proof. Yeah, somebody did it. I don't know. I guess they sent it to the IRS.
That one, I cannot recall. They may have.
Go back and look here.
There are times where I get private emails and people tell me these things, and then there's these other ones that go either on YouTube or that I've sent to you a while back and everything, and I can't remember who's who.
Yeah. I've got to put in the password.
You remember what it is?
Actually,
Nope, I don't. I got it wrong. Here, let me look. I thought it was... Oh, yeah, it's me, this.
Yeah.
Got it. There's so many I have to keep track of. Let's see here. Let's see, proof. Let's see who... We got the child support paid. There it is. Let me go there and see. Oh, it's a PDF, so it's going to crash me. I hope it doesn't crash me. Okay, this was the State of Hawaii, Department of the Attorney General, Child Support Enforcement Division. This was April 1st, 2010. And it was, all it is showing that it was paid and it's got no balance.
Like 70 grand? I remember that.
It was actually $19,034.11. Oh, here, but a direct payment from out-of-state agency, it says $20,796. And it says balance as of February. There was,
that's positive.
Oh no, there was a credit of $1,761 he overpaid.
Oh, wow.
Because it was $19,000, and he got a direct payment. They got a direct payment for $20,796. It's on there, so you can see it, but it doesn't show. It doesn't show where he sent it. All it shows is that was someone that's that owed child support, Department of the Attorney General Child Support Enforcement Division, Kukawahawaya Building. This is in Hawaii. Oh, that's on there. We also have an Orange County property tax paid, and then I have some of those emails posted. But people get afraid. They don't want to post that stuff. Remember William Deal had that AT&T letter? That was a little odd, but so much for that. But it seemed like you're the only one that has gotten major success with them, Douglas.
I know. Well, yeah, that's what it appears like. And I don't know why, except for most of my successes were back 2 years ago when I still had all those debts. I haven't done a whole lot of them since then because I don't have any debts.
You can have mine.
Yeah, you can have mine.
If it was that easy, I would do it. I don't have any student loans, at least nothing that I've seen yet. And I have my master's degree.
Someone on here is asking me if that's a banker's acceptance. I don't know if that's a banker's acceptance.
I'm not sure. Referred to as that, but I don't know if that's a banker's acceptance.
Well, the banker's acceptance I've seen are, they go directly across the page upside down, across the statement, the money order part, and it's vertical, sideways. I mean, I don't know. It's a little different, and it's like a stamp. But I don't know. Someone needs to befriend a banker and find out all that stuff. I used to know him, but he died. So, gosh, I'm always too late on these things.
Yeah, the nerve of him.
Yeah. Well, he died before I was even, that was like 1987, long time ago, before I was ever involved in any of this. No, not on a 45-degree angle. That's how everybody says to do it, but the banker's acceptance I've seen that's on a check is like right across the middle of the check, vertically. I mean, if you go and look at your canceled checks, if you have an online bank account, you can look at a check once it's been cashed and look at the back of it. You'll see what I'm talking about. There are several different endorsements on the back of those checks, but there's one down the center, usually going right across it.
Yeah, and I don't know what would happen if somebody did it at 90 degrees, if it would work just as well, or...
That's how I've done other, I did a debt collector letter with a conditional. I just wrote across the bill. It wasn't a bill, it was a letter, saying they were attempting to collect a debt. I wrote a conditional, I conditionally accept your offer, I conditionally accept upon proof of claim, and I signed it and dated it, and I sent it back, and I wrote that in red diagonally across the page, and I sent that to the debt collector, and that was it. I never heard from them again, that particular one. But ever since, we've got Jesse's stuff now, and that's killer. That's great. We're going to collect some money on that. I mean, I let them get away with it.
If the people know how to build up the federal fine, actually these, and also if you can be able to access the securitization, and wouldn't be great, get all this securitization and see how much they're making, and then you could enter into a federal court and get $100,000 or, something.
Life is hydrogen and oxygen.
Life is hydrogen and oxygen. Oh, well, that's true.
Actually, one particular debt actually was like $30,000, and I actually sent it out to PNC Bank CFO, and he totally ignored it. And then they did. I think they did a tax write-off, was charge it off, and then they're trying to collect from me now. And the lawyer entered $34,000 And so today, actually, I pushed the paper, and basically I told the court that the fraud has been presented up on the court, and I explained all these things, and I entered a lot of low codes, and I told the court to dismiss it, and then I'm going to take them to federal court. But if they don't dismiss it, I'm still going to take them to federal court, and I'm going to, put their neck on the line, and I'll say, hey, I do believe that you're securitized and trading, and, I want to subpoena those records. So I want to get large money out of them,
For you.
That's illegal. So we're allowed to do that.
They're dealing in fraudulent securities. That's that Robert Fox goes after them in a real good way, because they are foreign entities. They're foreign agents. They are imposed. They are posing as government officials. They are not government officials. They are foreign agents. And if you go after them in that way, I don't know. Linda Wall won her case. I've got a copy of it. She did exactly that, and Robert Fox goes after him the same way. He seems to be successful too, so I don't know.
Sheriff actually stopped by and serving a paper for my lease car, and he said, I use such. I said, excuse me, that's not me. I said, that's a bank account, that's a corporation. And he goes, what do you mean? I said, yeah, the capital name is a bank, it's a corporate entity, and I'm not that corporate entity. So he said, what is your name? And I said, I don't have a name because the government took my name and created a corporate entity, and I said, you can call me whatever you want. And he said, do you have a driver license? I said, well, driver license is for it's a government property, and I have to pay money, a licensing fee, basically to get that for permission to drive on the road, So I cannot use that for ID. And he said, don't you think there is a paper, the picture on that ID, that driver license? I said, yeah, government told me to do so on the dress, and I did it on the dress. And you cannot use that as an ID because that doesn't tell me who I am. That doesn't tell me that capital name is me. So I was asking him, did you know that your name is all caps? And
what happened? How did that turn out for you?
So basically, he says, I said, listen, I will take that paper on the dress and as a non-corporate entity, so you could actually go back to the office and write down that, I accept, just condition. And he just condition. And he said condition. He said computer system doesn't allow them to describe. I said, but then I said, what happened if I don't accept? He said he's going to. He dropped the paper off in front of my door. I said, then you could do that, and you can go back to the office and tell them that, I'm not a corporate entity, and she refused. So they said, okay, under the condition, I'm going to leave the paper. I said, okay. So that's
interesting. Rocco, are you still there?
I'm still here.
I wanted to ask you, so on the child support thing, you took the whole bill, right?
Yes.
And what exactly did you write on it?
I signed, signature across, and then I put the social underneath, social, and that was it. And we were debating whether even to add that.
No, well, that's okay, but however, they could track you probably by the documentation, right?
Oh, absolutely. It's all on there.
So no.
Why don't you try try it again, only send it to whoever sent it to you.
Right.
And do it like Louis T. McFadden. I mean, we've always got Louis T. McFadden to fall back on him, right? And just say, I'm referring to this, Louis T. McFadden. If I wonder if we can get a certified copy of that speech that he made from the Congressional Record or something, or the Library of Congress or something, Right. That way we could add it right into any case if it came up.
Or even send it along with the bill, give them a copy.
No, they don't need it. If they're a CFO, they should know this, because any chief financial officer or someone that is involved with securitization knows it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been in practice since 1933.
That's a good idea here. Put on the envelope. I could send it to the same people that send it to me, and then just put on the envelope notice, attention CFO across the back, or in front, and there it is.
An EDO.
You could send them a copy of the Louis T. McFadden speech and just put a red line around that paragraph.
Sure.
And with an arrow saying "refer to this" to collect, or something like that. I don't know. It'd be because he's telling us right there that document's been in existence since 1933.
Yeah, that is very interesting and telling.
I've read it 100 times, but it didn't make sense to me until about a month ago when I read it again, and I went, "Oh my God!" Or someone sent it to me, like, there it is right there. It's telling us what to do.
But did you not say you sent it to the Fed window?
No, you send it to the merchant who sent you the bill.
Oh, I thought he said he took his sent his to the federal window.
He did. Yeah,
so now we know not what to do. So
yeah, if you don't send it directly to the you send it to the biller, and they're supposed to send it to the Fed window.
Vendor
payment.
Yeah.
That's actually the way that HJR Bonds was first discussing it and everything, and they were telling them to send it to the IRS once they got a hold of it, and that's why I went directly to the IRS. So it's kind of strange that we kind of go around in circles and back to where we started from.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was thinking trying to send one to the IMF just to see what would happen.
That'd be interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I don't know who's in charge anymore, What?
International Bank of Claims or Settlements or something like that. And
yeah, that's in Switzerland.
Yeah, Switzerland.
Well, but I don't know. That's like 6 degrees separated from the IMF. I don't know exactly who you would send it to there. The IMF, at least, not necessarily the World Bank, the IMF. I guess they're all the same. But our Treasury, our Fed, tells them what to do. I think they're all like in bed together.
Angela, the comptroller is the clerk of the court for each county, and then there's also one for the state. I had them admit it down here at our county courthouse.
Oh, yeah?
The clerk is the comptroller for the county.
The clerk is the comptroller for the county.
Yes.
So the comptroller for the county is the one you would send it to.
And then I Googled the one for the state of Florida, which was a guy named Atwater, but you can put in comptroller for your state and it should come up.
So you saying that's who the bill should go to?
What?
Are you saying that's who the bill should go to?
No, that's if you have a child support deal.
Oh, child support. Oh, okay.
So you're saying the clerk is the comptroller?
Well, I know the clerk is like the person that does all the banking and any, monetary deals.
So yeah, the clerk would just send it. I will try that. Send it to the clerk.
Boy, they have gotten everything under the sun from me in my case. I mean, that clerk knows my name. It's like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, I wandered in the back room of the clerk's office there up in the second floor one afternoon a few weeks ago, and I sat down with a girl over some other deal, and I started looking around, and I says, well, the clerk's the comptroller, isn't she? And she looked at me kind of funny, and I said, she is, isn't she? And she admitted it, point blank.
She's the banker, anyway.
Yep, she's the head. See, she's the executive trustee down there, and she's the one who appoints the judge as trustee, and then the prosecutor is the executor who they appoint in each case, and then they try to get you to swap positions as the trustee. The judge is the name.
John, is that you?
Yeah, that's me.
I didn't recognize your voice. Hi.
Hey, how you doing? It all goes back to the Cestui V Trust Act of 1666.
Yeah, 666.
Because we are lost at sea until we claim to be the real man, but they forgot to tell us how you do that. And what we think we found in a friend of mine called the World Court about 2 weeks back now, and they told us to email them to the Human Resource Department about revoking the instrument for the birth certificate. And once you do that, you pretty much dissolve that Cestui V trust, and you have now claimed as the real man or woman that you're no longer lost at sea, and here I am, and you're no longer, and that's why you get a hold of the Human Resource Department, because that's what you're classified as until you revoke the instrument. And that's what we're in process right now. We've got no feedback from them yet, and I sent it off about 2 weeks ago, but that is what we found so far. Is it seems to be how to unplug from the matrix.
Now, when you do that, though, does that mean that you dissolve all the connection to the funds that they've got out there that you're supposed to be able to tap into, or does it open it up more freely?
When it opens it up, because when you read that Cestui V 1666 Act, because you're a sailor lost at sea or whatever lost at sea, they create a trust to put your property in, and once you come back, all the property's turned over to you. So,
what was that?
Right.
That's good stuff.
What's that?
You said a Cestui 1666 Act, you said?
Cestui V Trust Act of 1666.
Okay, trust.
John, can you spell that, Cestui?
I graduated from Marwood High School.
Is that like, it's S or a C?
It's a C, I think.
C-E-S-T-I and then Q-U-I. C-E-S-T-I space Q-U-I.
Versus Trust Act.
Yes, Cestui V Trust Act, 1666.
And then V-I-E, right.
And you better read it about 100 times, because the first...
What is that V? Is that versus or is that V-I-E or what?
Versus.
Just the V, like the V nickel. Just a V.
Just the letter V?
Yeah, because there was also, I think, a 1492 Cestui V Act, and that 1666 was the latest.
Okay, so I think V is representing the number 5. Is it?
Well, that would be what I would think, yes, but I don't know that to be sure.
Okay, all right.
Oh, okay. I thought it was versing. Okay.
Just want to make that clear.
Thanks.
Cestui V Trust Act, okay, of 1666. That's interesting, something to look at.
Well, haven't we been making trusts every time we sign our name?
The driver's license, the birth certificate, the marriage license, every time you get a fishing license, every time you do anything, it's a trust. Every one of them.
Yeah. Or does the birth certificate revoke all of those, or you have to revoke all of those separately?
When you revoke that one instrument, from what I hadn't gotten the feedback from it to find out completely.
Lapses collapses everything.
But it should collapse everything because now the real man has stepped forward and said, hey, I'm here, I want all my property and all this stuff that's in trust, give it to me.
Right.
Hey, John, does your process involve a coroner at all?
All we did was called the World Court over in Holland, or in Netherlands, and The Hague, and they told us to email them to Human Resources, and that put in there to revoke the birth certificate application instrument. You're not revoking the birth certificate because it's a bond.
You said revoke birth certificate applicant?
The application instrument. All you're doing is you're revoking Florida, and I don't know if it's the same number everywhere else. Florida's
no, but an instrument is a financial document or something of value.
Well, that's the SS5 form for the birth certificate.
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's the Social Security number, but
it's interesting that they refer to it as an instrument.
Yeah, and that's what they said do.
It's a security instrument, right?
Yeah, sure is.
So you just tell them to revoke it?
Yeah. Let me see. I got it.
Yeah, that would change your status. Like you said, hey, I'm alive. I'm here. I'm not dead.
Yeah,
I'm also over 18. I think you have to put that. I have, become of age.
What did you say about Florida? You was getting ready to say something about Florida, and then you got cut off.
The birth certificate application form is a DH-726 in Florida.
DA-726 in Florida, okay.
VH.
Okay, how did you find that out?
A lot of phone calls.
Okay.
But,
did you say D is in dog, H is in Harry, 726?
Right. Yeah.
Right.
And what does that mean?
What does what mean?
The DH-724, I mean, what is that referencing?
That's the application number for the birth certificate.
Oh, okay.
That's the instrument.
And how did you sign this?
Just the /S/ and then signed it like that.
Because I've just read that a good way to do it is to do the ellipsis and then your name, meaning something's come before, but you're not telling what.
Yeah, but you did it via email, right, John?
Right.
So on an email, when you're doing an electronic form, how did you do it again?
I just sent it the / with the S and then a / and then wrote my name out.
Okay. What does that / S?
That's how you sign something on the internet.
Right. That's / S / Do you know what that stands for?
That's an internet signature is all I know. That's what my one professor told me.
Okay. Doesn't it mean all inclusive or? I have to look that one up now.
You got me, but that's what I was told to do.
It means something other than signature.
Right.
So is there a revocation form, or you wrote it email the mail to them that you're revoking?
Human Resources told us just to revoke it, or just put revoke.
It sounds like, yeah, you're giving them an instruction, is what it sounds like. And
exactly, right?
Yeah.
It's a living person, yeah, man, a woman.
And they gave it easily. I mean, they gave it with no problem.
Well, they told, I don't know what's happened yet, but
Fishman here is saying that it's a digital, the /S/ equals digital signature. Thank you.
in the subject, I just put revoke the DH-726 birth certificate application instrument and Social Security SS5 application instrument and power of attorneys. So I don't know if they're going to revoke the Social Security number because we didn't really talk to them. I just added that in, but because I didn't want none of that garbage.
And you said power of attorney?
Yeah, because there's power of attorneys that are with that. And you don't
How can you revoke it since you didn't actually make the application, your parents did?
Well, that's true, but see, it's been supposedly for your benefit because it's your trust, although they've got you listed as a human resource or property of that trust. But now once you step forward saying, hey, I'm no longer lost out here, I mean, you ain't got. That's what the revocation is saying.
Okay, thank you.
And the email was applications with an S at icc-cpi.int. And that's the email we use to send over there.
Can you do me a favor, John, and email me that, and I'll post it on the website for those that listen to the audio later and don't understand quite what you're saying, because it's kind of hard to make out the letters when you say them.
Oh, okay.
How did you call the World Court?
What's that?
How did you know to call the World Court to do
Because
this?
there wasn't nobody in the United States that was listening to us. All they kept telling us is you can't, you can't, you can't. And I had a retired federal judge friend of mine say you can, you can, you can.
Oh, wow.
So that's how come we knew weren't sure if we were going to David Cameron at the United Kingdom Treasury or if we were headed to the World Court or either possibly the Vatican. One of those few places is the only few places really left to go.
Right.
So did you have to send in a hard copy with your signature on there?
No, they never said anything about that.
Because here on the chat, Fishman is saying that it's an administrative abbreviation that means the original copy was signed and that this is not the original copy.
Oh. Well, I was told by that professor of mine that that's how you on the internet, so that's what I did.
Yeah. But you might just, to be on the safe side, send a hard copy version too. Certified or something like that.
What hard copy version?
Well, he should put it on paper and put it in an envelope, stick stamp on it, and send it. Okay. Hard copy. That's real interesting, John. You still in? How long ago?
Oh, did I do this? About 2 weeks.
John, did you just call me on Skype?
Well, I didn't, but I see that it did. I didn't click it. It just did that.
That is so weird.
No, I
said you could.
No, I was trying to put this email address in here when it did that.
Oh, okay. Never had a Skype. I've had a Skype call, but it just knocks me off a talk show, so.
I didn't do that on purpose.
It's okay.
Had a lot of things here lately like that that happened.
Well, how long ago did you do this?
About 2 weeks ago.
So have you gotten any response back yet, or?
Well, no, I sent another response yesterday trying to get some sort of response out of them, but so far nothing.
And
not even an automatic reply, or because you did it by email, right?
Right.
Both times?
Yep. I'll send you over what I.
Okay.
Kind of sanitize it if you put it out there.
Alrighty.
So you don't have a person's name?
No, just human resources. Because
human resources.
We do not need to see a copy of the birth certificate.
No, just we put the birth certificate numbers and all that stuff in the letter. But see, what we're figuring out here, and it was what you were talking about earlier, why you don't see or understand why some of these A4Vs are working and some aren't. Well, I can tell you why they're not, because they're letting a few go through to where we don't figure this out, because the House Joint Resolution 192 says that it was the remedy for the American people. Well, 99% of you people listening on this call right now are not Americans. You're U.S. citizens, identified as everybody as a decedent because that birth certificate's proof of that because the registrar signed it. The doctor signed the certificate of live birth. So until you get rid of and collapse that Sesta QV trust, you are property and you're considered to be a decedent and you're dead. You don't exist. And that's what we think why some people, like I say, are getting remedy with the safe for being, some aren't. So we couldn't figure out what's going on here because you can say, well, he did it. But when I went back and read that stuff over again, it started clicking. Wait a minute, this is what I think is going on here. And again, I can't prove this yet, but we're trying to. But that's what I'm thinking.
So I'm alive. I'm alive.
I know you are, but they don't, and they aren't.
Well, they know I'm alive because they take care of my accepted for values.
Well, then, see, now, that's what's got me wondered. Like you said, my neighbor across the street discharged over $300 and some thousand worth, but yet the next door neighbor can't get nothing done.
Mm-hmm.
And so it started telling me that something's just rotten here in Denmark, and I'm not sure what it is, and that's what I started coming to the conclusion of, that they are letting a few people through the gates just to where the rest of the sheep will look up there and say, yeah, see, he made it through, he's doing it. Right. But yet, these over here, well, damn, I can't get nothing done. Nothing goes through. And here I've got a $5,000 penalty. And that just started telling me, because the law is clear, and when you read the 48th U.S. Statute at Large, page 1 through 112, it's clear. Title 31, there's sections throughout there that are clear. So when you look at all of that, there had to be something that we're missing why everybody's not getting a remedy, and that's what I think it is. Like I say, I don't know for sure and can't prove it right off, but that's
well, there are also people in Canada, Australia, and England that have had success going through our IRS.
And I'm very well, and that's another thing I've looked at. But not every one of them can do it either, and that's
true.
And until they all can, then it'll tell me, okay, then, because a remedy is good for you, is good for me, and everybody listening on this call, and even the ones not listening. But if it's not working for all of us, there's something wrong. Something's going on here, and that's what I am looking at, is what's wrong here. Why isn't this working for all of us? And that's, like I say, that's what I'm thinking, and me and some of the others that are looking at this are thinking is the deal.
Hey, John, let me ask you a question real quick. This, what you sent me in the Skype, is that what you want me to email you, or what?
Oh, that is the...
oh, that's the location you sent the email to in The Hague?
That is the... Yeah, you can put that out to everybody. That's The Hague...
email address.
Email address, and like I say, you'll... Attention, I'm fixing to put this through your window here.
Okay.
Okay, this is what I emailed them. Like I say, just sanitize this one.
Okay.
You can put John Doe on there. But that is what I sent, exactly.
Can I read it?
You sure can.
Okay, everybody want me to read it?
Yeah, I can. Okay.
Just leave the numbers out if you would.
Okay, but I will post it on the website.
Yeah, just like
Let's see here. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Just sanitize it and change the names there to John Doe or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, if you...
I'm just looking over it real quick, too. So I can... It says here, demand... It says demand for revocation of the following instruments, DH-726 birth certificate application instrument. Who told you that? The DH-20... Is that the number on the birth certificate application? Or?
That's what Vital Statistics in Florida told me what that application's number was.
Okay, so it could be different in a different state, right?
Correct. I mean...
So one would have to find out from...
You call Vital Statistics up.
Vital Statistics.
And you'll probably have to talk to the head man, because I went from oh my gosh, did I go through office to office to office, and everybody just didn't. Well, yeah, you'll have to wind up at the top probably.
What's the question you asked?
Okay, so it says read demand for revocation of the following instruments, DH 726 birth certificate application instrument, revoke SS5 application, revoke SS5 application instrument, any and all power of attorney associated with DH 726 and SS5 and any other unknown power of attorney to these constructive trusts. Then it says, let me see here, revoke, the birth certificate application DH 726 form instrument, and then you've got a long number on there. That's what? Is that personal to you, or?
Birth certificate.
Okay, so I'm not going to read that one off.
No, that's what you'll put, whatever birth certificate number your birth certificate is, like for Florida it's 109, and then whatever other state it'll start whatever that number and then the following number, and that's how that goes.
Alright, so revoke the birth certificate application, DH27 form instrument number, blah blah blah, date of birth, blah blah blah, you've got the month, the day, and the year, child's name, and then your name in all caps, and then it's mother's maiden name, and you have your mother's maiden name, middle name, and last name in all caps, and then father's name in all caps, and the rest is in all caps. You've got, sex, male, date filed, and the date the birth certificate was filed. And then it says revoke the birth certificate application instrument number, child's name. Well, that's just the same thing, but for another member of your family.
Right, that was for my kids. I was doing me and my kids.
Okay. And then there's another one. Okay. Revoke any and all power of attorneys that may have been or that are associated with any of the applications of the birth certificates of the above listed and the above listed applications, instruments, SS5 forms, and any other power of attorney who whatsoever to these constructive trusts in order that I can collapse the trusts that derived from these instruments. Who gave you that verbiage, or did you just come up with that?
I just made it up.
And you go on, thank you for your assistance in these matters. If there is any problem in this matter, please write me back and inform me of these problems or error within 10 days, or I will conditionally accept that this matter is settled with proof of any claim in writing, and all above application instruments have been revoked non-pro-tunc due to the fraud that has been perpetrated from non-disclosure and duress, just to mention a few, or the reasons for revocation of the above application instruments.
You can fill it out however you want.
Sincerely. Yeah, I guess you could just write in there whatever you like, but that's how you did it, and you sincerely, and then /S, / and then your name, and
is the World Bank Human Resource email address on there too?
Yeah.
World Court.
World Court.
Oh, that's the email address we have. Yeah. The application. Do you want me to give it out?
Oh, you can give out that. Yeah, I don't care about that.
Okay, it's applications, plural. I mean applications with an S. The word applications, APPLICATIONS, applications at ICC-CPI.net. So it's applications at ICC-CPI.net. But I'll post it on the website. Just check back on call notes page tomorrow, and where it says info, you click on that, and that's where this will be. And I'll have it, I have a space for you on my website already. I have a page section for John's stuff. I'll put it there.
And there's
it's all in one place.
Now, I just looked up on the internet the form, the DH form for Florida. I'm not from Florida, but I just wanted to see it. And they have 726.
That's what he said.
Oh, okay. I thought he said 724.
No.
Right.
DH 726.
Did you put your name in capitals or all lowercase for this particular occasion?
All in caps.
All in caps.
Even
if you're
I'll post a copy of it, Nancy, so you can see it.
Well, okay, if your birth certificate is not in all caps, then what do you do?
Just send it like it is, Nancy.
Okay.
I don't think it, I don't know, if that's the right place to send it, regardless of whether it's in caps or not, they're going to probably do what they're instructed to do, right, John? I mean, that's what one would think.
I mean, they may want to wait possibly until we guinea pigs find out what...
Yeah. That'd be smart, huh?
I mean, everybody flooding it may... I don't think it'll backfire or I wouldn't have done it, but I also... It might be a good idea, like I say, for some of them to wait, because hopefully I'll find something out here in the next... pretty quick. But, I mean, you can inquire to them and send over and ask questions. Might good thing, too. That way it might get some answers.
Okay.
And what I just put in your window, too, is the phone number for the World Court. And when you call that number, you ask for Human Resources, and you can talk to somebody, and they will tell you what I just told you.
Okay. That number is... what's the plus sign, John?
I have no earthly idea. You can get it on Skype. When you call through Skype, you can hit the plus sign off your keyboard, but I do not know what that is on the regular phone. I've still got to find that out.
That's probably the country.
Because it always says plus when you go to call something in the country. It's +1. Whatever, so it's probably +3. 3 is the country code, and then 1-070-515-8515. So that's the number.
For the Netherlands.
The Netherlands, okay.
This is not really separate, but I have a question for you, Angela. You said you had opened not a bank account, but a credit account with a W-8 Ben. Did you? No,
I went to open up I was at the bank at Wells Fargo.
Yeah.
And I was making a payment, a house payment. And every time I go, they ask me if I want to open up an account. So this one time I said, sure. What does it take to open an account? And they had me start to fill out the form. And I said, I don't have a Social Security number. And they said, that's fine. We have a W-8 BEN you can fill out. I never completed the project because I didn't do it.
Okay, because on there, one of the questions is date of death.
Well, that's interesting. I didn't even look at the thing. But you can get them online anyway.
I know. I filled them out twice, and they, just like somebody else did, and they got theirs back, and I had no answer from one of the places, and a year later I got all my stuff back from the
Was it a bank?
place.
Okay,
No,
the answer to that question is your birth date.
Yeah, well, that's what I put in as my date of death was my birth date.
That's right, because that's what's on a death certificate, what we call the birth certificate.
Right.
Yes.
Because they didn't like my application, and they didn't grant it.
So, date of death, huh? Wow.
Yeah,
that's revealing.
That's the, well, what are the Latin words, John?
Probates and wills is what the registrar is over, and that's who signed your birth certificate. the doctor sign the certificate of live birth.
But there's a whole category of stuff that has to do with this. Well, name I can't think of right at this moment. I can't retrieve it. It may come up.
Angela, that sounds interesting. When bank told you to file a 8-bin.
Yeah, you can go into any Wells Fargo and tell them you want to open up a bank account, and they'll say that's great, and then they just tell them you don't have a Social Security number, and they'll say, oh, that's okay. We have a W-8-B-E-N for you to fill. And
Yeah,
you do that.
That form is, if you file that form, you don't pay any taxes.
Well, I don't know if that's true because they still put your name on there.
No, they don't issue. So what they do is they are not going to issue you any interest to pay taxes if you have an interest-bearing account. That's a tax-exempt form. And that form is actually only people who are foreigners could be able to fill that out. But any Americans actually could claim that they are foreigners, and they could actually give that to the employee, and they're not supposed to tax. So they will give you whole amount without any deduction.
We are foreigners.
Yeah, so actually the W-8-bin form is the proper form to file, actually. But, people say, well, that's the IRS form, and if you file the IRS form, then you are a U.S. citizen, blah, blah, blah. But actually, that form, if you read it, it is a foreign a person.
But
so
it says specifically on the W-8-bin, do not send it to the IRS.
Yeah,
that's wonderful.
You give it to the employee or bank, and then you don't pay taxes.
Oh.
And which bank?
Well, then maybe I'll go back. Maybe I'll go back to the Wells Fargo and open up an account there just to see, because that's interesting.
Yeah, you could take a look at study the 8-bin, who should be filing, and it says foreign person. And if you file with the 8-bin plus something else, there's a form, I forgot what it was, you file that, the security, the strawman's name and the secure party. So basically, authorized representative file.
Yeah, but if you're a secured party, you're in debtor creditor, and you're not in charge.
Yeah, I don't do anything with that secured party stuff. I don't know,
And what John is doing is dealing with the trust, not with debtor creditor, right?
Right. John?
Yes, well, I've got that secured party creditor stuff behind me, and we're working on trying how to utilize that to our advantage, but I think a lot of it's got to do with we're still decedents, and until you get your status straightened out, I don't think it really matters.
Oh, Mort Maine is what I was thinking of before. The Mort Maine laws.
I don't know anything about that.
Mort is dead. Mort Maine Trust. But that must relate to this.
Wow. That's interesting.
Yeah, and I like this a lot because it seems easier to deal with trust this way if it works than some of these long, tedious other things.
We're all on a scavenger hunt with this. I was looking into the coroner, and someone pointed out to me that it said the ancient appointing of the coroner. He was also in charge of the treasure trove. Oddly enough, dealt with gold and silver. So that was something I came across and found that very interesting. So,
well, someone told me that the coroner was the highest person. Someone else said, no, it's the sheriff. But I wonder if it isn't the coroner because that deals with the deceased.
They were both appointed by the king, way back when.
The coroner.
Yeah, well, and the sheriff. I find that very, the coroner. I found that very interesting, the mention of gold and silver. Mm-hmm. That really piqued my interest, so I thought there was a modern-day connection, you know.
I wonder where that word stems from, coroner.
Yeah. But I had a buddy, we were doing our own private scavenger hunt. We were trying to get recognized as, you know, living souls from this international peace organization we had found. Their international community recognized by the UN, but we approached them and they weren't going for that. So they just say, you know, we don't do that for people. We're not going to sign anything. So, I mean, I'm looking and trying. So, and then a buddy of mine, interesting thing, he was looking at his birth certificate, and he was just pointing out to me, if you hold it up and you look at it, either in watermarks or by design, his is a chain link fence. It goes across it. It's like they're giving us disclosure that you're barred from access. You know, that was kind of interesting as well. So, don't know what it all means, but it definitely gets you thinking when you're looking at their documents and you're looking at the definition
of the years.
Coroner
under the Truth in Lending law.
Who's that?
Howard Griswold. Sounds like.
It had a great voice, whoever it was.
Yeah. Truth in Lending law.
Truth in Lending law.
That's Howard Griswold, yeah.
Oh, gosh, if that's Howard Griswold, he should come on the call.
No doubt.
Sort of stopped everything.
Jesse was just...
is Howard on the line?
I don't know.
That was just some audio, I think, somebody that came through. But speaking of Truth in Lending law, that's the latest club that Jesse is talking about.
Right.
Boy, there's so much information. I've been just swimming full-time last 2 weeks on that site, you know. Boy.
Yeah, it's a good site. There's a lot of stuff there.
But I'm hammering stuff out. I mean, there's a lot of base. I gotta listen to it over and over until it finally clicks. But gosh, there's one I'm just listening to, and it's what is it? I wrote the number down somewhere here. But I mean, we all have our different learning curves.
Yeah, what are you talking about? One of the audio
on the webinar.
From Jeff?
Yeah, oh my gosh.
Oh, okay.
Gosh, who to sue, or I know it goes. Oh, I have it open. The lawsuit process, part 1. I recommend everybody. There's so much stuff in there. It's just loaded.
Which one?
The lawsuit. It's. I got the window open right now. Lawsuit process, part 1. Who to sue, what to allege, where to file. That's how it starts off. It's talk about a treasure trove. It's loaded. I mean, it gives you up to, let me see, it really breaks it down who to sue and all that. That's very important. That's fundamental. It really is like the foundation. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Thank you very much.
It cleared a lot of stuff up for me, because we all want to know. We don't want any of these violations to get away from us. I like what Jesse says. Don't run down the hill and get a few. Walk down and get them all. That's me all the way. I don't want a nickel to slip through my fingers, you know, with these guys.
Really? The lawsuit process, part 1. Okay.
Yeah, that is, to me, it is. I'm listening to that over and over. It talks about the definition, what an account is. All you ended up suing, you know, the original creditor, the debt collector, the attorneys, the attorney law firm, and the attorneys themselves. That's 4. Bam. 4 parties involved. You know, it says sue first, ask questions. I mean, this is like a fundamental webinar. I'd say everybody, you got to get this one down pat. I mean, know it cold, inside and out. And we'll be able to help so many other people. It would be mind-blowing. You know, if we can all get that down and just share that, wow, this would really shock the system. Can you imagine people filing lawsuits with, you know, all these parties involved? Talk about clogging it up like the foreclosures are. We can clog it up on the other end as well. You know,
yes, the beauty thing is that even you are litigating in state court or you've been sued in state court, state court does not take care of the FCRA, FDCPA law, so you could go directly to federal court and file it. Then it becomes a negotiation tool for the state court a claim. And they usually withdraw if you have a lot of fine build up and you are asking federal court, you know, X amount of dollars. They don't want to litigate in federal court, number one, because it costs too much money. And then, and the federal court it got them under FCRA and FDCPA for the creditor and debt collector. You could sue them all together. If a creditor sold a debt and whatever the debtor actually, that collector create a violation, that falls on to creditor, and creditor is going to get slammed too with the same violation.
Absolutely, yeah. I got to get the FDCPA down too. I got the other two. I got a good working knowledge, but the FDCPA, I'm not. I don't have it figured out how to pull that all together with the others. So, but it's amazing stuff. Well,
today I enter basically the creditor and the lawyer. Lawyer is the collector, so I basically claim both of them that I'm going to sue them in federal court.
Right. You know what I
judge to dismiss this case because it's a fraud, and I explained to him about 27 items, practically 20 laws that applies, and why the judge has to dismiss this case. And then I'm going to file them in federal court over $100,000.
Oh, well, wow. You got to keep us abreast of what goes on with that. Let me cut in here a second, Doug. Doug's went ahead and looked up the word coroner, and I figured it had something to do with the king, because when they have a coronation, when they crown the king. Go ahead, Doug. Tell us what you found out.
I never thought of coronations part of all that, but I guess it would be. The world history, I got this on freedictionary.com, coronership, comes from the Anglo-Norman coroner, a word derived from the crown. It's royal judicial officer who was called in Latin, and I can't pronounce that, but it translates into guardian of the crown's pleas. The person holding office of coroner, a position dating from the 12th century, was charged with keeping local records of legal proceedings in which the crown had jurisdiction. He helped raise money for the crown by funneling property of executed criminals into the king's treasury. The coroner also investigated any suspicious deaths among the Normans, who as a ruling class wanted to be sure that their deaths were not taken lightly. At one time in England, all criminal proceedings were included in the coroner's responsibility. Over the years, responsibilities decreased markedly, but coroners have continued to display more curiosity. In the United States, where there is no longer a crown, the coroner's main duty is to investigate.
Wait a minute.
Yes,
it said where there is no longer a crown?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, that's interesting. Go ahead.
The coroner's main duty is to investigation of sudden, violent, or unexpected deaths that may not have had a natural cause.
Oh, I think you're onto something there.
A public officer responsible for investigation, sudden, violent, suspicious deaths, and inquiries into treasure trove.
See? Treasure trove. See? There you go.
Yep.
Gold and silver. Lawful money.
The crown.
Yeah, very interesting.
Yeah, it is.
Scavenger hunt. I tell you, we get all these little bits and pieces, and we're trying to fit them together. You know.
Yeah, I don't know. Are we spinning our wheels or what? I mean, geez, I've been at this for so long, and so many people have been doing this for so long. I mean,
yeah. Hey, you got? I mean, I didn't know that you got 17,000. You know, just zeroed out. That's amazing to me.
Yeah, it was over 17 actually.
I mean, my gosh, I can't say that. I can't give you one story where 1 red cent has been charged off, so they'll discharge anything. So, you know, I'm jealous.
Well, you know, I don't know what it was. I got lucky. I don't know. You know, it was a fluke because it hasn't happened with anything else.
It was the right day of the week.
Right. Well, you know,
it was the right CFO, I think, is all.
You know,
I knew what to do with it.
Angela, when you did that, was there any negative report made on your credit rating at all?
No.
So it was just like it never happened. You just went ahead and signed the papers, sent them back, and that was the end of it.
Well, no, I like within a few days I had gotten the regular billing statement, and I put a conditional acceptance language on that and sent it back to the same guy again, and that was the last time. But you know, and that was a couple of years ago, okay? But you know what I just got recently, which is really weird? I got their updated agreement, credit card agreement. And I'm looking at it, I'm going, why would they send me this? I'm thinking, you know what? The account must still be open.
Right, yeah.
You know, but I don't have, I cut up the card. I never even tried, but I haven't gotten anything else in the mail saying, well, you have, you know, $20,000 worth of credit or anything like that. So the guy took care of it. That's all I know, and that's, you know, it's okay with me. No. I'm leaving it alone. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I would too. Leave it.
Come on, Brad.
He did what I wanted him to do.
Right.
Well, you know what happened to me? This was my experience with all my court costs and fines for my case. The court sold it, you know, to a debt collector. So I gave them the debt foundation letter. It shut them down. Now, a very mysterious, bizarre thing happened. You know, and the court, on their website, they'll have the case up, right? They're broadcasting to the public that, you know, they'll have the case, and then, you know, you owe court costs and fines. You cannot access my court case. It's like hidden in plain sight. If you put my name in the system, it won't show up. And if name and case number, just name won't show up. But if you put my case number, if you know my case number, it'll show up, and then it still says that I owe the court costs and fines. So I found that was bizarre.
Well, they must not want anybody to see what you've done.
Exactly. And then I'm going to go after the debt collector. So I'm lining up my ducks in a row, and so yeah,
it's really interesting. Yeah, I never got anything back from. I never had a debt collector letter going after that amount or anything. Nothing. It was done, and that's really nice. And I don't have anything to show for it. You know, it's not like they sent me anything saying, "Oh, here your balance is zeroed out."
Right.
So, and you know, I wish they all turned out that way, because I have other Visas and MasterCard and Shell Oil and you know, Discover Card. But you know what? That's funny. The Discover Card sort of went away too. I haven't heard anything from them. Probably shouldn't say that on the call.
I just got a summons from this is funny, because while I was listening to Jesse's show last night in this one of the archives, right? And this fact came up. He said, if that's a violation if a debt collector sues you in the wrong county, that's exactly what they did to me twice. And I handled the summons I just sent out a couple of days ago with the neutral response. The first time I did this, you know, the first one, this was months ago. It dropped off. I never heard from him again. And I just sent this off. So we'll see what happens. I'm just sort of buying some time to get some more knowledge here, to be able to go after these guys.
If you go after the collector, make sure you go after the creditor, because if you don't do that, then they could continuously, someone else could pick up that debt. And,
well, that's what you want. That's what you want for violation.
Yeah, you want the money.
Yeah. You say, come on with it. You want to grab this hot potato? Yeah, you never want to say, make the debt go away. You keep it going so the next sucker picks up that hot potato and burns himself.
Yeah, it's like a
fishing. With like 20, 30 of them, and then you won't be able to handle all that.
It's a money making machine. It really is, because they can't help themselves. They step on a landmine. They take it, and then once they call you, it's like, oh, you got them. It's a money making machine.
That's how Dave sees it too.
Yeah,
right, Dave?
I love it. I'm cracking up. I'm like,
I think that's great.
Yeah,
fun.
According to the Court of Federal Regulation, a debt collector has to pay $20,000 to register as a debt collector.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Really? Where's that?
You have to search the Code of Federal Regulation, and there's a whole bunch of laws that they have to follow. And if they don't follow, they'll get hammered. And then each state also regulates debt collectors register. They have to register, I believe, with our attorney generals.
Exactly. You got to find out the rules for your state. Like my guy had a call from a telemarketer the other day and found out that they have to put they have to have $100,000 bond in place 60 days before they do business. So all these little things, if you know this, and chances are they're not complying, and you can use that as leverage, against them. Blackmail, if you will, when you want to settle.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of them, and today I send out to some few sites. Look at I found Iowa. Iowa state, basically a state that debt collectors has to be registered with attorney generals if they are collecting more than $25,000 a year. And the funny thing is, they only pay $10 for the yearly fee. But if they don't, then the violation is just not more than.
That's funny.
Yeah, the violation is not more than $1,000. I thought that was funny. I would say like, oh yeah, if they don't file it, then they should be fined for $10,000. But it says not more than $1,000. I was laughing. It's like, yeah, give me a break. $10.
Especially over $10.
So funny. But the Code of Federal Regulation, that one is serious. That's $20,000 in order to register as a debt collector.
Right, that's the fine they're going to pay. They're going to pay to the authorities.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah. So we don't see any of that.
But I'm pretty sure there are a lot of companies out there. They said they're debt collectors, and I'm pretty sure these companies, they're not registered.
Right, but you have to. I would use that. I mean, Jesse answered a question on my end for him. He said, absolutely, you might want to point that out to them. When you use it as a leverage, tool, hold it against them.
If you want to go to court, you definitely should subpoena all of their registration and all.
Yeah, you could just write them a letter. Oh, I just conducted a search, and under so-and-so section law, I noticed that your company has not complied with, and then there's a $20,000 fine attached to this. Would you like to settle? Now? Call me.
Lately, the debt collectors, they don't call you and say, we are calling from this company, blah, blah, blah. They will say, if you are this name, you can call this number. and then they ask your social security number and address and all that stuff, and they're recording, you know. So I want to make sure that people should have a recording when they call or answer the phone call and record, and that's $1,000. If they leave a message, make sure you record that, and that's $1,000.
You know, but I've got one that left a message on my machine, and he says, "This is Mrs. Smith, Mr. Smith from agency," but you can't understand what he's saying. And I played it 100 times. I cannot make out what he's saying. It's like he did it on purpose, you know, disguised what the name of the firm was. So what good is it if you can't understand the name of the firm?
Right, and then if they don't tell you what credit card company they're representing, and they will just say, "Oh, well, we're calling from this company." So I said,
"We're a debt collector. We're calling from an agency." You know, it's terrible.
What bank are you presenting? And then they will not tell me. They said, first you have to tell us what your social.
Maybe I should answer the phone.
Oh yeah, you should record it. You should record, definitely. It's $1,000 for phone call. So,
no, but I mean, maybe I should answer the phone and ask him what the name of his agency is. I just got one from Aurora, company called Aurora Creditors Financial Group, debt collector. They're looking for a weird amount. They want $1,391. I don't even know who that's for. But I'm going to have fun with this one.
There you go. Set them up for the fall, dear.
Oh, you bet, honey, you bet. I need the money. Anyway, that's the latest one.
They're getting smarter, and then now they don't even say they're collector. A lot of them say, "We are representing this bank." And they're like, "Yeah." So you cannot be a representative unless you're a lawyer. Are you a lawyer? They said, "No, they're a company." I said, "No, a company cannot represent a bank. Sorry." And they will not admit it. "Oh, we are collecting for, you know, for the Wells Fargo, for the Discovery, or, you know." I said, "No, you can't do that. Show me your contract. You know, if you are representative, only attorneys could represent your company to collect the debt. So, you know, please just submit the contract and let me see it if you are a legitimate party who has a right to collect for them or collect for you, and you still have to show me the contract."
Yeah, you know? They could bring it up casually and say, "Hey, can I see your privilege log?" And that'll just, their mouth will, jaw will drop, you know.
Actually, I say to them, you know, when they ask, like, so-and-so is there, I said, yes, that's me, that's a given name. Yes, I am that given name. Or sometimes I may say, that person is dead.
Oh, my. Yeah, that's what David Clarence did. He made his name dead. John Folks, come on, jump in here. Did you want to say something?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Go right ahead.
I just sent John Worrell an email. And it has to do with the 8BEN bank account. If you can get him back on there, let him read it to you.
I don't think he's left. I think he's still here.
Tell you how to fill it out.
Let me see if he's still here. John, are you still on the call? I guess he left. I don't know.
I hate to go around in a circle like this, but I can't get on the to send it to you.
Maybe he was on here as Swamp Man tonight, so I don't see it. Maybe he's, I guess he's off the call. Are you still on, John, or what?
I'm here. John gone.
Yeah, I guess he's gone. Oh, well. I'll probably get it. Well, go ahead and read it if you can.
Well, I laid it down somewhere. My office
just open up your Skype.
My Skype doesn't work anymore.
Oh.
I can't get on. I can't log on because I don't know how. Anyway, what this thing says, the way to go is to use 8BEN instead of the W-9 signature card. Both are to report one's tax home, but 8BEN is what banks supply to those with home base outside U.S. That's capital U.S., but within the United States of America. So tick off the individual and note next to it as a man, and tick off no treaty applies box. Assessor for banks, assessor from bank supplies why use a U.S. address. Tick simply for convenience. Banks will require some ID that don't reveal you as a resident of the United States. Passports work as do club and work photo IDs. This avoids Patriot Act 11. So SSN TIN requirement by sending in yearly. A trust can open account this way too. Best to do it at the main bank office, then use the local banks to bank. Banks that foreign students use are used to this as routine. This format said name, 111 Main Square, Department 101, city, county name, postal route, XX, last two zip digits are de postal jurisdiction. Same state, United States of America, spelled out fully. Now, this came from Ed Rivera. Eduardo Rivera.
Oh, I like him. I should have him on the call sometime. He's really good. He's been around a long time. I met his better half at a meeting, 10 years ago, I guess. And we hit it off really well, and I like his teachings. God bless him. They disbarred him.
He sent this to me on February 11, 2011. Said opening bank account with the EIN numbers.
Well, that's interesting. You know what's funny, though, is the bank I went to, the branch, the Wells Fargo branch, where the manager was real, cordial, and was willing to give me that W-8BEN so quickly, was it's one of these little tiny branches inside Pavilions Market.
Yes, ma'am, but you got to be careful when you fill it out. If you use the wrong address on it and you don't state that you're not a U.S. citizen, it throws you right back in the system again.
Right. Well, I didn't complete it because I didn't know how to fill it out, and I really had no intentions. I didn't have any money to open up a bank account anyway, and I'm trying to get away from banks, not open more accounts, but that's another story.
Well, I don't need a bank account. What I got, I can carry in my shirt pocket.
That's pretty much most of us nowadays.
Yes, ma'am. But I just thought I'd throw that out there while you were talking about it.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And hopefully John Worrell, when he comes back on, or if he sends it to me. Did you tell him to send it to me?
No, ma'am. I just forwarded it on the email I had.
Oh, why don't you send it to me?
I don't have your email.
What's your email?
JFolks, FULKS, 34 @gmail.com.
Okay.
I generally don't ask for addresses on the air.
I appreciate it. JFolks. What else was it? I'm sorry, I didn't have a pen.
JFolks, 34
@gmail.com.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll send you one tonight, and you can send that off to me, and we'll post that so it's in one place. Or several.
Yes, ma'am. You might contact Ed and see what he's got else, see if he has anything else on it.
Okay. Ed who?
Rivera.
Oh, that's right.
Well, come on.
Well, you know, I don't call him Ed. I call him Eduardo.
Oh, sure, Ed.
So, when you say Ed, it's like, oh, I'm sorry, I did. Eduardo is his name. So.
That's the way he signed it when he said it to me, it's Ed.
Okay. I will try to get him on the call, actually. I keep forgetting to do that. Thank you for reminding me.
I try to keep everything stirred up.
Well, you're doing a good job. Thank you very much. I appreciate it immensely. Because I like to get educational minds on. It's all about learning, right?
Yes, ma'am, it is. And I spend about 5 days a week on this thing, many things from daylight to dark.
No, I know what you mean.
Anyway, I'll let y'all get back at it, Angela. And
thank you kindly. Thanks for coming on the call. I appreciate it. Anybody else want to contribute?
Angela.
Yes, Gloria.
There is something on the treasurydirect.gov site. It's so funny. It says a bogus site drafts / bill of exchange drawn on a treasury. And he says there has been a proliferation of bogus site drafts and bill of exchange drawn on the U.S. Treasury Department. These documents have appeared in a majority of states and have been used in an attempt to pay for everything from cars to child support.
Yeah, well, I don't advocate or recommend that anyone do a bill of exchange.
And he says the stripped-down version of this scheme is as follows. When the United States went off the gold standard in 1933, the federal government somehow went...
We know the story. we know what it says.
Yeah.
And I think that the government officials are very aware of now that the people are canceling their Social Security card and all, and they are worried about it because they cannot generate all these notes, you know. So they are not too happy.
Well, as long as there's people out there signing up for new mortgages and new promissory notes and new bank accounts and new credit and all that stuff, I don't think they have anything to worry about. But,
yeah, it used to be a lot, but not now. As people, you know, they don't have a credit. The credit is all ruined, and so I'm pretty sure their market is not too good. You know.
I'll sign promissory notes. I'll accept them for value too.
So they probably will take
but
on.
you know, but what we're an accepted for value is not a bill of exchange.
True.
There's got to be. You got to understand. There's a difference.
So obviously, people have their own bill of exchange, and it must be a big bill.
Well, everybody that does them winds up in jail.
Yeah, little detail there.
Yeah, I don't recommend anyone doing them. I mean, a bill of exchange. It's what, an international bill of exchange?
Yes, international bill.
And you know, when you start creating, you're creating. What do they call it? Phony money.
Yeah, the bill of exchanges of Federal Reserve notes just like
only the bankers are allowed to create phony money.
Yeah.
More bankers.
Yeah, they're operating under copyright law.
I got something that was amusing. It said safer bill of exchange.
Safer?
Uh-huh.
Referring to what, Nancy?
Well, you know, you were saying never do a bill of exchange, and this one was here is a copy of a safer building.
Oh my goodness! I still don't recommend I mean, if you want to be
I didn't use it.
subject to their regulations, go ahead and make one out, I guess.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I saw a court case that this lady owed a mortgage of $70-something thousand, and she actually presented bill of exchange as payment, and bank denied it, and they never returned that bill of exchange. So she basically told the judge that, hey, I gave the bill of exchange, and then
I read that case.
And the bank lady said, what is a bill of exchange, Your Honor? And the judge says, that is your bank, a financial instrument. You don't even know you're a banker.
Yeah, I read a case like that where there were two, I think one of her sons or two of her sons were involved with the mortgage, and the mother came in and put in a bill of exchange, and they won that case.
Yeah, yep.
So, I mean, and also, who is it? Ed Waller case. They did bills of exchange and all kinds of things, and they won their case because they proved to the jury, But you've got to know you're taking a chance with your freedom. You better know what the hell you're doing if you're going to do one.
Right. If you push the law, and the law says yes, you can. And if a party accepts it, and then they have to wipe the debt out.
They don't return it in 10 days. It's considered paid. Even Carl Miller talked about that.
So
FUCC, yeah.
If you have a legitimate approved as like a notary presentment, then you're fine. You have a witness.
Right. In January of 2010. It was like the first time ever I was reading this that the IRS actually added to their rules and regs that they will accept payment with International Bill of Exchange. Like it was the first time ever for taxes. It was like, wow. Because that's when this whole Tim Turner stuff was at pretty much at its peak, in my opinion. And people were talking about that. They said for the first time ever, IRS accepts international bills of exchange. So I'm thinking, did they do that as a big trap or what?
I have a group of people near me that they became notary, so we're gonna start doing the notary presentment and pay everything. So you need a notary.
Good luck.
You have a notary who could do that for you and be able to go to court and testify. That's the best thing,
Right. I have my notary do everything. My notary gets my mail, everything. So I went for that whole General Post thing with, Daily Clearing Scroll, and the United States Post Office does not recognize me. I send in, the executive letter, and they just stopped delivering. And it's funny because I didn't use the change of address form. This is the private, executive letter I sent in.
So you have to go pick up your mail, Rocco?
No. They don't. They were saying the general delivery, and then they said, well, you only have 30 days for that, and then they just denied me. So it's interesting if you send something to the street address, it'll say undeliverable, return to sender, no forwarding information available.
I'll tell you how to do it real easy. Is you just call them up and tell them you're going on vacation.
Yeah. Well, no,
and to hold all your mail.
Well, I like.
And then you send someone to go pick it up.
Well, I like it because I'm invisible. I can't get served anything through the mail. It goes back, and then my notary gets all my mail. I just have stuff forwarded. No, not forwarded, not through the post office at all. As far as they're concerned, the trail ends there, and that saves me a lot of grief. It gives me time to study and.
Is that something that notaries will do, or do they require a fee?
I made a friend a notary. Bottom line, pick a friend, make them your notary. That's how you do it. That's the first thing I did when I was doing all this stuff. So, and they're your witness. You know, for everything. He said, "Oh no, my notary, we got a state witness here. You know, you want to talk to her, him or her? Let's go." I had nothing to do with that. It was sent by her.
Your bills, everything comes through the notary.
Yeah, I just went down and change of address. I went down, gas, electric, all that. Phone, just right. I mean, obviously you got to pick a friend or have a service that would do this.
Yeah.
My friend was my notary, so obviously.
I bet you could have a relative too, as long as it's just for mail. You're not having them notarize anything.
It's just, I don't know, the blood relation and all that. I don't know. Because they have
you could do it through anyone. It doesn't even have to be a notary. I would assume if you had, care of so and so, it's the same difference, right?
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
Well, you can actually make them power of attorney, and they could do it.
There you go.
And my notary is my power of attorney. So yep, I already got that covered.
Can I ask you something? The postmaster is rejecting all my mail. First, he said he's going to agree that he's going to keep the mail there. Then he did the general delivery. So then I accepted, but this guy doesn't know what he's doing, so I accept that. Then now he said you only have 30 days and you should sit down, and I'm going to return everything. So he's returning everything now. Now I don't get any mail.
Right. You're in the same boat I am. Yeah.
Angela?
Yeah.
Some people have had success. John Worrell has had success. So has Ronnie.
John Worrell got cut off.
He what?
Oh, he got cut off?
Oh, did he? Oh.
They won't deliver his mail anymore.
Yeah, right. They don't hold. Right. He got denied general post. Right.
Right now, I get general delivery on part of my mail. I get general post part of my mail.
Good.
And Ranger Rhonda did too. Do you know about?
The only thing I did is when I turned my executor letter into the post to get my, the estate mail, she looked it up and she said she couldn't do it. I took looking in the wrong dumb manual.
Right. They need the international mail manual, not the domestic mail manual. Right.
Well, there's a couple of them that have already been fired over this. I said, this is not what I'm looking for. Now they've got my executor letter posted up there on the wall. Authorization to hold. Written right across the front of it.
What does it say?
Authorization to hold.
Wow.
Authorization to hold.
Yeah.
By law, if they don't hold it, they're in violation of their contract with U.S. Post Office. Now, there's another thing you need to look at, too, when you put this in. Is that a post office, or is that a postal system?
Sure.
Well, there's postal system. Well, there's post office and postal service.
Well, my post office says post office on it and doesn't mention.
Right, it's not a satellite brand.
Right.
Where you have a manager as opposed. They have to have a postmaster. That makes it a post office.
It has to be a postmaster. That's correct.
Yeah.
A post office can be run by a substitute, but inside, if you look around, it is U.S. Post Office on one side and U.S. Postal Service on the other.
Wow.
But so far, I've had my letter in for about a year, and so far I've had no problem with my mail.
So what, you go pick it up?
Yes, ma'am. I went in when I went in.
Postmaster in my town, he said, we don't have a 9998. He's a postmaster, he says.
Do you know
John?
what an 8 is?
What?
That's the common law side of the post office.
The 9998 zip code?
9999 is a postal service. 9998 is a post office.
Postmaster to postmaster, that's what that number is.
That's right. Exactly. When I went in yesterday to pick up my Social Security check, I went in and asked for the General Post. They looked and said I didn't have anything. And I knew the check was supposed to be there. I told them, I said, I'd like a check general delivered. And she said, here's your check.
Wow.
So you have to ask for what you want. Just like when you go in and get stamps to go on for mailing, you have to ask for postage, not stamps.
You have to get a 0 PVI and stamps, 0 postal verification imprint. I go through this. I have all my, they're all trained when they see me, you know.
If you go in and ask for stamps, they'll sell you stamps. But if you go in and ask for postage, it's completely different verbiage.
Mm-hmm.
What's the difference?
Well, postage is for post office.
Yeah, but I mean, are they going to give you stamps, or are they going to give you something different if you ask for postage?
You go for postage, they'll give you stamp, and you lick it and put it on there, and then try to get your tongue off the roof of your mouth. But anyway,
the other one isn't.
The other one, they can put the stamps on there, but then they'll take that confounded red circle stamp and put it up. The difference in the whole thing. You paid with postage.
I'm talking the sticker, the 0 or the postal verification imprint, that barcode. That's the corporate side. You don't want that. You want real stamps, real currency, and you just tell them, hey, I want to reserve my rights under the UPU. And they'll go like, what's the UPU? So,
postage stamps, the money goes to the post office. If you let fool you into putting that barcode stamp, that red tag stamp they use, they will charge you for the stamps and also go back and pocket the money.
Yeah.
You're talking the red meter mark. Red meter mark. Yeah. Yep. It'll go to the corporate.
I buy my stamps online, and I don't have to worry about it. I have it all set up before I go into the post office.
Yes, sir. But if they meter stamp it that way, then the post office itself loses the postage. And they have to handle the postage at no cost, because that's part of their contract.
How come the UPU allows that?
It's part of the treaty.
Which treaty is that?
What the metered mail? This is my understanding on the metered mail, is that it can be used within the democracy from office to office. So what we're saying is that we're part of the government.
From corporation to corporation.
Yeah, kind of like what do they call it when they send? I forget. I can't think of the term, but basically they put their mail into a little envelope and send it off. It's interoffice memorandum or
memo. I'm thinking.
Yeah, kind of something along those lines. We're not saying that we are people.
The lady was asking a while ago about why the UPU allows it. They don't allow it. It's part of the rules and regulations. That each nation has their own post office. That nation actually gathers the post, and they keep the money for their own use. And all other countries outside have to accept it. But when outside mail comes in with foreign postage on it, then the U.S. has to deliver that on the same money. Like, you can't double post it.
Let me ask a question.
I signed my stamps.
With certified mail, I had an issue on yesterday. I received certified mail, went to the postmaster to get it. It was there. He refused to give me the mail, saying that he didn't recognize or understand the address. I told him that it really wasn't my, position to explain, the process to him, but it is a legitimate address because I previously have received my green card back from the postmaster over that location, the head man, this was the annex post office where I actually picked it up. I also had received a return card from the Attorney General's office for the state of Maryland. This was in Baltimore. And I received several first-class pieces of mail. Now, when I send certified mail out, I get the postal clerk to weigh it and give me the amount to be purchased in stamps. I get the stamps. I put them on the envelope myself. I generally ask for probably a $4.95 stamp or whatever they have equivalent. And I put that on. And then I give it back to them, and they stamp with the red hand stamp the little green receipt that comes back to me, the certified part. And now, is that correct in order to in one's understanding as being part of the general post? I specifically tell them not to put a metered stamp on my envelope.
Right. Well, I pretty much do the same thing, except I use the automated part where it weighs it, so it tells me how much it's going to cost. And if I have a certified mail, I just add the postage to that, and then I drop it into the place where it says stamped mail, and I sign my own card.
So you don't get the hand stamp?
No, I don't get the hand stamp.
Oh.
I sign it myself. Of course, it's never shown to anybody, but in case it ever is, I have it signed and I date it. And if they want a proof on that, I can go online, pull up the certified mail number, and see that it got entered in and everything else.
Now, something I did pick up, I called in, I filed a complaint with the Inspector General for the Postal Office, the OIG. I talked to several people at LaFont Plaza, said that they were very sorry that I experienced what I did, because in my assessment, there's a federal crime there. First of all, my mail has been opened before. My mail has been delayed, and on yesterday, I have firsthand knowledge that it was there, and he refused to give it to me, and without any valid reason, because I asked him, could he cite the postal regulation that prevents him from giving me the mail or whatever. He was trying to give me a fifth-degree interrogation as to why I even used the mail, because it was only for people that are homeless, and I didn't think he had a right to pry into whatever my personal business was. And so what I did, I found out the people that took my complaint was very adamant about not sending me the form or giving me the location where I can do the complaint myself. So I went on, did the complaint with them, and today I located the UPU complaint form, which it's about a 6-page form. I'll fill that out and get that in tomorrow. But I think there's acceptability, but I think the lower-level personnel just don't understand the process. But I have gotten mail from that location previously, but I think it's an issue. And recently as well, I noticed some activity with the Attorney General's office for the state of Maryland. I did send them. I'm currently involved in an appeal on a criminal case, and for some strange reason, they had issued a warrant for my arrest because I was in the hospital when the last court date rolled around, and they issued a warrant due to the fact I did not make that court date. But I sent them subsequently an address with some documentation that put me squarely as sui juris man on the land. And for some reason, they know where I'm currently located, domiciling, per my location with respects to the probation status. So they know where I am, but the warrant's been issued about 2 weeks now, but no one has picked me up, anything like that. And I did not get my green cards back from the court state administrator when I initially put all this stuff through. I did get it from the Attorney General's office. I did get it from the postmaster, but I did note that the court state administrator did not. I did not get my green cards back, so I'm in pursuit of that as well. But I think it's interesting. But that was really a note if the gentleman could go back over at that instrumentation as to how he deal with asking for postage versus the other position that he represented. If he could talk about that again, I appreciate that.
The gentlemen who've been talking about the postmaster delivery. I need help. They are sending all my mails back right now, so I have to send. I have to take an action. So would you mind contact me and give me some hands about some of these stuff?
If you're speaking to me, PA Woman, we have communicated. I'll send you an email a little later if you're directing your comments to me, and I'll more than be glad to share with you
my email address is GY New York, spell out NEWYORK @yahoo.com. GY New York @yahoo.com, and I really need to take an action fast.
Okay, so, and as well, let me just share mine with you real quick. It's IN, H as in Henry, O as in Oscar, T as in Tom, E as in Edward, M as in Mary.
Wait, what? This is your email?
Yes.
Can you repeat that?
I as in ink, N as in Nancy, H as in Henry, O as in Oscar, T as in Tom, E as in Edward, M as in Mary, P as in Paul, the number 3 at Verizon.net.
At Verizon.net. So is IN as Nancy, H as a home, O as orange, T as Tom, E as Eric, M as Mary, and then P as Peter?
That's correct. The number 3.
At Verizon.net.
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, it's a problem, and it's like maybe the post office doesn't really know.
Well, the pastor made a statement to me yesterday as well. He said, you people, there's one other gentleman that he made reference to. He said, you people are coming in and with these strange addresses. And I said, I'm not referring to an address. I haven't mentioned that. I repeated. I said, mailing location is what I'm reference to. And he continued to say address. And I said, well, I'm representing my interest here. I'm not sure who you're making reference to, the other individual, but if you don't mind, I would love to speak with that person. Maybe we can coordinate our efforts.
Isn't it 9999 is a general delivery, and then 9998 is general post?
I only use 9998. That's what was per the instructions in the initial stages of what I utilized.
Okay, and then the law is what is international.
The Universal, from what I understand, the Universal Postal Union actually is supposed to be the big dog that kind of regulates most of this activity. But the USPS, which was formed in 1971, they actually, what I picked up on today and yesterday, they were trying to intercede to take the complaint themselves and try to resolve it, opposed to going to the next step, because everyone I asked, they would not give me the information, but I was able to get the information, for the UPU through some contacts earlier today.
Okay. Yeah, so let's talk after.
Sure.
There's a gentleman on here that would like to ask a question that pertains to this. Go ahead, Paul T. Paul T., did you want to ask a question? Maybe you have a mute button on your phone you need to undo.
How about now?
Now we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I'm living in a campground, and I went down to get a post office box, but then their form had to fill out all sorts of state IDs and verification and all this. And I'm trying to figure out how I could. Now I'm hearing this is just can I still do some sort of general delivery at the local post office? And where do I go to find all that information?
Well, I can share my experience with you. when I initially started on this process about 6 months back, I inquired at the General Post Office, at the regular post office, USPS, but on the billing it has United States Post Office. Inside at the counter, you're pretty much treated within the jurisdiction of the United States Postal System or Postal Service. Limited information. When they direct you to the general delivery, they won't make a whole lot of reference with regards to the General Post Office. As a matter of fact, I was at a location over in the Bowie, Maryland area, and I asked the young lady about, the manager about General Post, and she outright verbally denied there was no such thing in existence. So I was in line, and a few people, I was in line initially, but when the line kind of toned down, she came back out of the office and pulled me to the side. She said, well, not all the way out, but if you want information, she gave me a number to call, but that was really for general delivery. So I would say this, you can try just asking them what format in there for a person that don't have an address currently, but you want to receive your mail. But keep in mind, I utilize the United States Minor Outlying Islands location, mailing location, and it's important to condition yourself to utilizing mailing location. But while I was there on yesterday, as well as other times previously, individuals will come in that may not have had a permanent home setting or something of that nature, and they were filling out general delivery, which allowed them to get their mail for a 30-day cycle. I specifically was not in that mindset. I was changing the estate of my business, which is runs, to my understanding, with the estate being sanctioned by the registrar for the state in which I was born. Then, if that's an estate, that clearly puts it in the activity of a business transaction to me. So I was not approaching them from the standpoint of being, homeless or anything. I was doing it from the standpoint of me being the occupant of the office to the estate of which I represent. And as the occupant, I was handling the business of the estate. And what I've done since then is just had letters to come to me, or documents to come to me. I would put my name, care of the estate, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Executive Office, Nation, Maryland, General Post Office, et cetera, and I write out, just like the executive letter instructs us to do, to write out the address, the numerical address, using just spell it out. Don't use the number. Spell it out, with the hyphens, with the dashes, and box in the necessary zip code.
Okay, just real quick, where do you find this executive letter?
I can pull it up for you, but I don't have my access to my information, my unit right now. But
is it the one that David Clarence did?
Yeah, it's one that David Clarence, as well as I think Dave Mack sort of perked it a little.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, okay.
So it's on your site, Angela?
Well, the David Clarence one is, yeah.
Yeah, it derives from that origin, yes.
Yeah, if you just go to the website and go to the guest speakers page, click on David Clarence.
Okay. Well, it's something, I've been looking at the UPU, the Domestic Mail Manual, the International Mail Manual. I was trying to find a way around having to sign up, in the democracy side or the corporate side to get a post office box. But now I'm hearing something that might work for me.
I think there's one thing that you could do, and if you got a little bit of creativity, you'd go to a town where nobody knows you, just the adjoining town somewhere maybe 10, 15 miles away. But before you go, don't take a bath for a couple days. Get some really, really ratty clothes and walk in there. Don't shave if you're a man. For some women, I suppose you could do the same thing. And just go up to the counter and say, I'm homeless, I need a post office box. And they're going to take one look at it, and they're going to say, yeah, this guy's homeless, all right. and get your post office box or get your general delivery or however you want to set it up. And then once it's set up, you just go in there every so often, and you can probably look a little bit neater the next time you come in there because things improve. At least that's the way things are supposed to work. Then start getting your mail, and nobody's the wiser.
I could probably try that. Well, that was just. I just needed a little bit of direction to look at possibilities and get a better understanding of the postal system. And so I appreciate your time.
Welcome. Thanks for coming on. Well, what do you think? Should we end it? It's 8:38 p.m. here in California.
And I think Florida John, Swamp Man, had raised earlier with regards to the Hague. If someone can comment on what is an affidavit of appointment?
I have no idea.
Sounds like an affidavit. An affidavit means you're going to swear to it. Appointing someone to be a trustee or a beneficiary or whatever, I don't know how that works. But if it's just on its face, that's what it means.
Okay, I was trying to do a little research in reference to establishing one's citizenship or declaring one's citizenship on the land and how it would properly establish political standings as it relates to international law or perhaps international treaties. And affidavit of appointment was something that came up that I really didn't quite understand. But I think it may have relation to some of the things that Florida John had mentioned early with respects to his Hague letter. You're going to post that letter, you say, Angela, tomorrow?
Yeah, it's just a paragraph or two. Yeah, I'll have it up there as soon as I can, right by tomorrow or late tonight.
Okay, thank you.
If you're going to use what is the Power of Appointment Act, what is it, the 1951, and you have a power to appoint people, I guess maybe that could tie to that affidavit of appointment.
Okay, and I think it was also in relation to Trading with the Enemy Act tied into 40 Stat 411. But I'm just trying to see how much sense I can make of it. But I know those things are crucial to some of the things that Florida John had mentioned earlier, and I'm just trying to piece a few things together as well.
Is that you, Brother Break?
Yes, it is. How you doing today?
I'm fine, thank you.
Good.
I recognize your email address.
Yes.
I didn't recognize your voice, sorry. We haven't spoken enough for me to recognize. Now I'm going to recognize it from now on, though.
Okay. Well, I'll say that I'm very elated from going back 9 months. I didn't know anything about this stuff, but it's coming on, and it's starting to make sense to me. And
that's good.
Each and every one, and if from a credit issue to a criminal issue, put your gloves on and be ready to fight forever, because it's a very taxing system out here, and it's strictly uphill, but there are some successes, the in between.
Yeah, you don't want to bend over. Jeez.
Right.
That's right.
I jotted down your email, by the way. I'd like to talk to you more, so general post and whatnot.
Oh, are you making reference to me, sir? Yeah, that's
Rocco.
Yes,
that's Brother Break. Brother Break. That's Rocco.
Oh, hey, Rocco, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing all right.
All right.
Yeah, I went around and around with the postmaster. I mean, I even sent off an executive letter to the Postmaster General, and they just all shut me down and ignored me. So, like I said, I have all the mail going to my notary now. So, I mean, the one benefit I have is I'm invisible, in the system. Everybody who sends me something says, undeliverable, return to sender. No, I forget what the third one.
Mm-hmm.
No forwarding available, something like that. So I'm enjoying it while I can. But I would like to get the General Post. That's always been, and I hear stories of, successes, failures. It's just some do, some don't. So I don't know. I'd like to talk to you. Maybe handle that out.
No problem. Just, shoot me an email and I'll shoot you back and I'll give you my phone number and we can talk. No problem.
Sounds good. I appreciate it. Thanks.
I mean, if a court recognized this 9998 as a non-federal jurisdiction zone, if a judge accepts that, then that would be great. But this is like never brought up in a court. So the judge is not familiar with this, this law. So I don't know if we can litigate. But I actually met someone who doesn't use these of anything, and he just enter a bracket in his zip code, and he wins every time, and he knows it. He is incredible. He, wins a state court, federal court, and he helps people, and these people want.
Who's this?
Huh?
Who's this, Gloria?
Basically, rock class, the call, and they win every time.
What do they win?
Actually, they help a number of cases, and basically, he won about $60 million. So basically, they're telling me like, just don't even use that. There's no point using that. And they
don't understand.
They told me not to use any of that. Just use a bracket, and that's private.
Okay.
You said Rod won $16 million?
Carl is actually he does a lot of writing, and yeah.
I'd like to see that.
Rock class.
I'd like to see that case.
Carl, both of them are incredible to laws.
Is that one posted?
No, I don't know which case that is. The court case is never enter on their name because they are helping other people. So I don't know these people's name, but I saw briefly. One was like $4.5 million. So yeah, but they told me not to use any of this. I don't have to. You just have to know who you are, and you know how to fight with the law. You win. So I have to grab their concept, and then I can totally get out of this general posting. So I'm trying to understand both sides of the fence. Whether the judge recognized as a general post or not. And if they do, then hey, I am non-federal jurisdiction entity. Yeah,
but the moment if they did recognize you, you would invoke, you become by the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act. That's the whole key, which has immunity, so they couldn't touch you. That's why they're not recognizing people. So. You say, I have immunity. What are we doing here today? Except in this case.
So then I could use this 9998, my postal location.
Right. If you can pull it off and stand in it, yeah. I mean, I've heard everything. David Clarence Troll, saying go down to the DMV and get on your license. You get good luck with that. So if you're going to, go that route, or even I've heard them talking about registering vehicles with that. So it's just a can of worms. So.
And then if I want to use that, then the court would say, "What is this?" Then I have to explain everything. So then I have to really study this section. So I mean, Carl and Rod, they don't use any of this stuff, and they still win. So actually, I'm trying to learn.
But where can you see those wins?
saw it, but I did not jot it down their names. I saw a court document. It had a judgment of $4.5 million, and one was $20 million. You know, there's a whole bunch of.
Well, it's really.
Then why would they need donations?
Anything yet? What?
It's in the document. So documents, you have to go after them and collect now. You know, so he's actually taking another step to collect his money.
Wow, and they're collecting it from who?
Collecting from the people that won. And these people have to go after this money. And
from who? Go after who?
The people that the Carl and Rod helped them. And they
okay, but where? I mean, is it coming from the Treasury? Is it coming from the government?
I don't know. Whatever the lawsuit is, if it's a bank, then the bank has to pay this person $20 million, and then they get some part of that.
Oh, okay.
Well, actually, from what I understand, I have heard of that fact, and it depends on if you are approaching it from a plaintiff side. There's a method, and from the defendant side, there is a method, which is being rather successful by those two gentlemen, Carl Weston and Mr. Class. I understand there actually is a hearing on a mortgage issue that's rather substantial tomorrow morning in Alexandria, Virginia, federal courthouse, which I hope I can make it down at least to understand what's going on as an observer.
Yeah.
But we will have a gentleman there that has been very, very effective. His name is Raja. You may have heard of him. He's a forensic auditor. And he
has actually offered so many jobs from bank after that.
Not only banks, but mortgage companies as well. He is probably the most thorough person in the 9 months I've been trying to reach, get into these remedies.
Wow.
He was most effective. There was a situation where himself, in communicating with him a few weeks ago in person, he actually did the forensic audit and securitization audit on his own mortgage, which was around $500,000, and in a 2-year time period, it was securitized to about $93 million. And he was very victorious in his approach to it, to the point to where I haven't read it, but from what the research I have done, he's very thorough with what he does, and he's supposed to be speaking tomorrow morning in Alexandria, Virginia, at the federal courthouse on a similar mortgage.
Wow.
And I'm gonna maybe try and make it.
Listen, if you do go to it, take good notes and get back to us and let us know what you find out.
Sure, not a problem.
That'd be cool.
It's been postponed.
Say it again?
What?
The case been postponed.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for letting me know that.
They don't know what to do his case, and they're trying to put a motion to dismiss this this fine.
Well,
but,
from what I gather, and going on Capitol Hill a couple of weeks ago, and actually observing how effective addressing the state of emergency with congressmen, representatives, talking about Trading with the Enemy Act, looking at the various things that have been, what a blanket has been pulled over our eyes as Americans, Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act, and tying all that stuff in. I'm telling you, what I observed was just astounding. I didn't think that I would witness that, but people were actually avoiding those guys. They had a tremendous amount of knowledge, and Roger, the forensic scientist, was present. Carl Weston, Mr. other individuals, and they actually got the attention of the Judicial Committee up there, and it was quite undertaking, because these individuals appeared as though they were a deer in headlights with the degree of raw law straight out of the Library of Congress that was being shared with them in a contention to get an audience. And these are the laws that they supposedly run this country by, which they were not following, especially as it, deal with the law that the executive order by the president put in place as soon as he come back in, to declare the emergency, which is continued, since 1930 something, and talking about the Cornage Act of 1935 is so much to where I truly have started to get an education over the last 9 months as to what really has been, been taking place. But they were quite filling. And getting back to the original point, yes, I do believe from what my association has been on this short point that Mr. Weston Carl Weston has been very successful with the law cases that he's taking on and won. I don't think the fruit of his efforts have come forth in terms of a money judgment, but a money judgment probably is there, but not the actual cash in hand, because I think that's another enforcement side that has to be pursued. But it's interesting, very interesting.
Yeah.
I think their way is incredible, and I actually hire Carl for my case, and he's going to also do my mortgage, and Roger is going to do my securitization.
Well,
so I just can't wait,
Well, yeah.
How much does Raja charge?
Roger, what my understanding, my conversation with him, just a gentle guy, but and I don't quote me on it, but I think it's around $750 range for some part of it, and then $750 for initial part, which probably credit his findings in a validatable sense that's acceptable to the court system. And if it has to go on beyond there, then there's a charge, perhaps for, housing and lodging and things like that, which is normal if you bring an expert in, and he is an expert in my assessment. So I thought with those fees, if you comparing it, to some jackleg attorney that'll charge you $10,000 and don't blink an eye. And
right.
I thought,
well, John Stewart recommends at Charles Horner, and I think he's around $500 for a forensic examination. If you mention the Show Me the Loan group. But actually, John Stewart just sent me a sample for forensic examination, and I just posted it on the website. If you want to see what one looks like.
There's a difference between the forensic audit and securitization audit. And
I'm talking about a forensic examination, not an audit. The one that Charles Horner does is an examination.
Right.
Supposed to be more thorough. I don't know.
Security audit, securitization audit. So it's all about where the loan is, what trust name, and how much is generating and all that.
Mm-hmm.
But then also, I am actually hiring another person who's going to look into whether my loan has been satisfied after I've signed a note. So I'm pretty sure my house is balance zero. That's something that Roger doesn't do. So I'm actually hiring, all the parties and put all the puzzles together, and that's going to be pretty exciting. It's going to get more details.
Well, I'm going to say this, and I'll put it out for those that are in the metropolitan D.C., Virginia, Maryland area. I'm trying to get at least a minimum group of about 25, in that I can bring Roger and perhaps some of his team in just to inform, and they are very open to doing that, inform groups incrementally on what's involved with this process, showing the fraud, going through the various stages of it, and they're probably a little over 200 points that I've heard Roger, mention to say that, the fraud is there and it definitely can be identified. So those that are in the proximity of Baltimore, I, have little meetings and trying to promote the process of getting this information out. I will make an effort to bring Roger over and some of his team to go over it with some local neighbors. So if anyone may be interested in attending, please give me an email, shoot me an email, and I'll be more than glad to invite you over. It'll be a small unit because the place that I have access to is small, but it'll accommodate 25 people. So if the first 25 can come up with it, can come through, then it'll be quite a bit of knowledge that could benefit you, especially if you're in a mortgage situation.
I believe that, not all the loans Roger could pull the information. Some loans are in maybe even some foreign countries, or it's been scattered in different, trusts, and it's a very difficult thing. And you have to really know what the name of the trust is, and Roger asked me, what's the name of the trust? I said, I don't know. And I hired someone else, and that person said there is like 3 names are showing,
Mm-hmm. So now have you already, Gloria, have you already paid Carl Weston to help you with your case?
I hire him for my homeowners association case.
Yeah, has he done anything for you?
Huh?
Has he done anything for you yet?
Yeah, he's taking a different approach. It's like, I don't know what to expect because I never heard such a process, Yeah,
well, I'm getting Skype here on the side from people telling me they got ripped off by Carl Weston, supposedly wanting to help them with their foreclosure and hasn't done anything but took their money. So be careful.
Oh, really?
Yeah, my Skype is like going crazy here. I hope I don't crash. I'm sorry, but I'm just telling you.
Yeah, he actually, helped me to draft the court document, and I put it in, and now it's going in an appeal because the judge denied the law, and they cannot deny the law. If I put a motion, they have to answer. And then she just brushed it under the rug, and she just said deny, and without not addressing anything in that motion. So
yeah, they do that.
Now but I understood very clearly that a judge can deny a motion, but I think Robert Fox had mentioned a while back that if you put it in the form of an affidavit, it has to be dealt with by the court.
So now I am appealing.
Or if they deny, you just object, and like John Stewart says, if you compel them to issue a findings of fact and conclusion of law on their denial, or for whatever.
Right, or you put it into the hands of the other judge, the higher court, and then let them review that. And if they deny it, then this could go to Supreme Court. So we'll just move on until we get the answer from the highest authority.
Yeah, they don't obey their own laws. They do whatever they want to do. But you have to get everything on the record so that you can appeal properly, and I don't know.
Yeah, and if a judge is disobey, then you have a right to take the judge to the court too. So we'll see what the future will bring.
Yeah.
On yesterday, the news. I'm sorry. On yesterday, I heard a news broadcasting. I want to share. It said something to the effect that with the new Supreme Court, it was stated that in criminal cases, you, according to the lawful process, you can have a right to have an attorney, representative, assistant of counsel, etc. But in a civil case, you're not entitled to have legal representation. Did anyone else hear that?
Hello?
Yes, did anyone else hear that yesterday?
No.
Yeah. Said in civil cases, there was a gentleman had a child support issue, and he was denied. He was in jail, of course, but he was denied an attorney. And he said that if it was a criminal case, it would have been, he would have had some valid reasons to do an appeal, but in a civil case, he is not entitled to representation. And I thought that was odd because everything I've been hearing is that you have...
I don't know if that's right. Ocean, go ahead. Did you have a question? There you go.
Yes, hi. I listened to the archive from last Thursday, and with Jesse, and he gave great tips. But I got confused when you asked about the people who served the summons. He first suggested that you should answer and deny. Then he gave an example of people who are shooting for the motion to dismiss, and I don't know which route I should take, and I don't know how I can prove in order to get the motion to dismiss. Does that make sense?
Actually,
Dave,
there is a template for that on the website.
What is it?
I believe it's on taking their money, or on
what lies in their debt.
Well, it's on that website, but I'm trying to. I think it was on. I can't remember the terminology. Taking care of credit cards, or hang on here a second. It's in the section credit cards. Beating credit cards. Okay. And down near the bottom, motion to dismiss / notice of dispute. And it's right above the word examples. It's in the example documents column.
Okay. And he mentioned that the way to go is to find out how the collector or the attorney didn't attach the proper papers to verify the debt and stuff. But
that's one of the items that's in that document.
But it seems because I'm not an expert. It seems that this attorney did attach all the proper. I'm sure it's all BS, but it's attached.
What did they attach?
Well, initially, I sent this collection agency / attorney the demand for the debt verification I got from your site. And initially, that stopped all the harassment calls about 6 months ago. But then I got another attorney contacted me, and so I did the same thing to send the demand for the debt verification letter with the certified mail in the beginning of the May, and I got the green card which the attorney signed it, and then like 20 days later, all of a sudden I got this summons from the court, and this attorney attached the maybe 20 pages long. I'm sure it's all BS, but copy of the agreement of the card, initial Visa card I signed.
Does it have your signature on it and your name on it?
No.
Well, then they didn't verify the debt. You need to file a federal lawsuit against them.
Okay, federal lawsuit. This summons came from the state court, Los Angeles Superior Court. So so I have to do two things. One is to shooting for the motion to dismiss at this LA Superior Court, state court, then file a federal lawsuit.
Right, and I think Jesse would recommend that you file a counter complaint in the state court.
Counter complaint is different from the motion to dismiss, correct?
Correct. A counter complaint is going after them.
So
but you do your motion to dismiss. Your motion to dismiss is going to be to make it go away before it ever starts, basically.
Yeah, I would just do a counterclaim.
But not necessarily judge to drops the case.
Okay. So I should do the two things: counterclaim and the motion to dismiss at the same time.
I think I would just do a counterclaim.
You do the counterclaim. If you're not, you can't do both of them. You're going to do one or the other.
Right. So you think I should do the counterclaim instead of the motion to dismiss?
They haven't verified it. Right. And they're in violation of them.
Right. You go after them, do the counter complaint, and go after them for the violation on the FDCPA for moving forward when they didn't validate the debt after you made the request. And then I'd go ahead and I'd file a suit against them in federal court as well.
Yeah.
What part of I want to research it thoroughly. What does it say that they have to provide the agreement which shows my signature?
Any contract, I mean, somebody can't just say, put a bunch of garble down on a piece of paper and say, oh, well, this is a contract, and then make you go by what they put there. If there's no evidence of your signature on there, what's to say that that has anything to do with you? That might have been something that came from me.
That's correct.
They have to swear under penalty of perjury that they have firsthand knowledge that you owe the debt.
Right, and that's called verification.
Okay.
And it's required under Title 15 United States Code Section 1692, parens G. And once you give them that notification, they got 30 days to come forward with the data. And if they don't come forward with the data, you can give them notice that you've given them the 30 days, and now you are defaulting them for failure to answer or plead. And that because they failed to answer or plead, they have no claim for which relief can be granted. There's no genuine issues of material fact, and that you are defaulting them. Then if they proceed to take you to court, then you can file your counterclaim because they are in violation of the Fair Debt Collections Act. Okay?
I see.
Title 15, United States.
Hi, Constitution man.
It'll be a great program. I've been just sitting here quietly, listening to all the valuable information, knowing full well that somebody out there is studying their little tail feathers off, and I love to hear because this
welcome
is what's going to make you free.
I think we got a lot of people doing that, and that's a good thing.
Okay. Yeah.
And it's better off.
Yeah, so, thanks to you guys. God bless you. But I have one question. So, what hypothetical situation where you should go for a motion to dismiss instead of a counterclaim?
Well, if you've sent them the notice under Title 15 United States Code 1692 to verify the claim against you, and it has to be your name, your real name, and then they have to provide all of the data, the contract, the issues, the what ink signature programming, and they won't do it. They just won't. And then the reality is if they don't do it within the 30 days, you've given them a chance, then you have a right to default them and refute their claim. Then if they go ahead and injure you, they've technically slandered, libeled, and defamed you. At the same time, you have a right to enter a countercomplaint, to jam them back and say, well, they gave up their right to proceed by a statute called laches incurs. Laches is a species of action where a party of reasonable and prudent intelligence has a right to take an action as prescribed by law, and having failed within the 30 days to provide you the proper proofs of claim, they give up their right to the claim, and they have no cause of action for which relief can be granted. And then if you notify them that and tell them you're defaulting them, you gave them every chance to come forward with the data, and if they come forward to injure you further, that you will sue their socks off. And usually they will back off. They're in violation of Federal Truth in Lending Act.
Usually the civil courts, they favors the banks. These judges, I've done the motion to dismiss up on the, no verification, and judge just ignored it. And if you use the validation before the lawsuit, it's a little bit more stronger. Once you get lawsuit, then it's kind of tricky. Then you can still send it without not going through the court, but you could just send it see if they verify it. If they don't, then you could, a month later, 2 months later, I send out this and they failed. So then you could always answer a motion to dismiss any time. But
if they don't dismiss it, you have a right to sue them. Yep.
You can do a motion to dismiss when you don't like their money.
But also, I would recommend send the letters to dispute with the 3 credit bureau agencies and build up $6,000 monthly violation for FCRA if they are reporting on your credit report. So then you're building up a real good case. In 2 months, you already have a 12,000 plus FDCPA, 1,000, whatever letters and phone calls. So you're right there about $20,000 right immediately. Then you take them to federal court at the same time.
And they don't have a defense.
That's right. And the federal court, the state court really would not argue FDCPA and FCRA. So that is jurisdiction of federal court. So you could actually file it at the same time and take the creditor and debt collector together as a defendant and file them in federal court. And usually they will pull the state court out and they negotiate with you,
You're going to find the state courts are almost always sympathetic to the banks and the creditor. They're always going to line up with the banks and the creditor. And I've actually seen it where people go in and they'll bring an attorney at the last minute, and the clerk will lean over and whisper to the judge, "This changes everything, Your Honor. Now we have to give them a hearing because they weren't going to give you one before." Got it? But now that you have an attorney and you're willing to argue and you have serious claim, now all of a sudden, I guess we have to honor the law now. Well, yeah, you were supposed to do that anyway.
The only way to win in state court, if you end up going to trial, just don't say nothing. Do not give them any evidence. Do not admit that you have a debt. And the only thing that you should answer is, "I do not recall. I do not have evidence to document in my possession." That's it. And do not do nothing in 2 hours of deposition, or you just keep repeating the same thing. If they say, "Did you receive this statement?" "I do not recall." "Did you have a checking account during this time?" "I do not recall." I do not have any documents. And I know my friends did that. My friends did that. It drove lawyers crazy.
Title 5,
okay.
560, as in David says, the proponent of a rule or order has the entire burden and proof of all claims. It's their burden to prove the claim, not yours to deny it or defend it. It's theirs to prove it. And what you can say is, "Hey, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll stipulate to the program if you will bring forth your proof of claim. But before I do anything, I want to see your proof of claim and see you're not providing that proof of claim. And then you want me to answer. It's almost like answering an unlimited complaint against yourself, and then you provide the proofs against your own self. And then the judge will sit there and try and cross-examine. "Well, you got a car. Well, you got all this stuff from the store. Well, you got all this stuff." "Excuse me, Your Honor, may it please the court. Could you tell me something, please? I'd like to know who the attorney is for the creditor or the bank here." And he'll point to the guy over there. "Okay, that's him. Okay, and who is the judge on this case before this court today?" And he'll, "Well, I am." "Okay, Your Honor, if you're going to be the judge, the disinterested trier of fact, I'd really appreciate the hell out of it if you would just be the judge. But if you're going to be the attorney for them and the judge, I'd have to object to that." And see, the judge is sitting here doing the cross-examination like you're on the stand, and he's actually acting like the attorney. And the attorney won't even say boo. He'll let the judge go ahead and do it. Now, do you think the judge is going to overrule himself? No. You see.
I have a question.
You cannot sit there and let the judge cross-examine you like you're some school kid and you don't even know what's going on here. And then he'll say, "Well, you got a free car, didn't you? Well, you got a house, didn't you?" They'll start trying to logically say, "Well, you know you have this. And Your Honor, may it please the court, if you're going to be the judge on this case, I would really appreciate it if you'd go for the win for me. If you're going to be an attorney in this case and work for him and be the judge, that's a conflict of interest, Your Honor. I can't have that. I'd have to object."
Or a witness.
Yeah, or a witness, exactly. And then I would request that you be sworn in if you're going to be a witness in this case, yeah. Especially an expert witness.
What if the other attorneys / collection agency start asking me the same thing? How should I answer? Just like the lady said that I do not recall, or something like that?
That is absolutely correct.
My burden to disprove any of this. It's your burden to prove your claim.
Take that lesson from Mrs. Clinton and the Whitewater deal years ago. She got into court and they kept asking her all these questions, and we all thought it was really ridiculous because she kept saying, I don't recall, I don't recall, I don't recall. And she got off. Take a very good lesson from that.
Yes,
and because the way they get you is they get you to hang yourself by admitting.
Right.
Yeah, if you say no and they can prove otherwise, then you just committed perjury and nothing you say matters anymore. But if you cannot recall, they cannot get you on perjury because they don't know whether they can't prove what you know or when you knew it.
That's right. They can't get into your head and prove that you know something. It's a virtual impossibility.
And you know the tricky thing is they may say, is this your signature? And they actually copy. So, Your Honor, this is a copy. I can't really tell whether this is my signature. I have to see my original ink signature, then I could say yes or no.
It looks like something similar, but no, I don't believe that is mine.
Yeah, it wasn't in my possession. I can't answer that. Ask somebody whose possession it was in. And it was in.
Yeah, how has it been kept?
Yeah, because I don't know what they've done with it.
What if
I'm not their witness.
What if they brought the original paper which I signed with the blue ink or whatever from 6 years ago or something?
It's not going to happen.
Don't believe it. It's a word.
I would have to have my forensic examiner. I would have to have my forensic examiner look the matter over and make a proper comparison. And you're asking me to prejudge this thing on a if-come whoopee, a wild-ass guess. And I can't do that, Your Honor. I'm not an expert fraud examiner, but I need the original to have my fraud examiner look at it because he will only look at the original.
I see.
And guess what? The original application and everything is already a security of the United States, and it's in the vault and it's trading. So,
and if they claim it's an original, and you do get an expert to look at it, and they prove it isn't,
then what you say is okay. Then you could say bring a trusted name and trusted number, and let me see how much you made.
And you understand the difference between telling the truth and telling the lie. And is it a fact that you presented this under penalty of perjury and swore it was a true claim? Isn't that right? And when you signed this document, you actually stated for the record that 1, you have read the document. 2, it's well-founded in fact based upon reasonable inquiry. 3, that it is not interposed for any vexatious purpose or to cause the cost of litigation to go up. 4, it is not interposed for any purpose of delay. 5, it is true in fact. So help you God. And now, if you violate that, you just got disbarred. You're out of a job. And on top of that, you're probably going to jail for perjury for 20 years.
Constitutional man.
Yes, ma'am.
You, on the last talk show that I heard you speak, you was quoting a Supreme Court case that had to do with the absence of a lawful assessment, and I thought you said Western Trading Company versus the United States, but I couldn't find that. Is that correct?
Hang on just a second. We'll see if we can get you an exact reference site for that. It's Western Trading Company versus United States, and what the case actually says...
Say that again slowly.
Western Trading Company versus United States. It says very clearly that if an assessment has not been made, there is no tax due and owing. Here, just a second here.
I tried to find... I looked for that today, but I couldn't find it.
Just a second, I'll give you the exact site for it. Okay. Alright, let's do it here. Boom, boom. I usually know them off the top of my head, but I'm a little tired tonight, so bear with me here. Let's go. Western Trading Company versus United States. Or no, wait, that's not that. Let's go to documents. Okay, to the bottom. Okay. Alright, here we go. today would be nice. Why you're taking so long? Okay, just a second. Hang on here. We'll get it for you. But what it basically says is that the tax is not to be deemed to be owing. It's actually the statement in the case that actually says that, and then it says not to be deemed to be owing means that they have the burden at all times to come up with the actual assessment. See, they just don't do that.
Right.
But here, I'll read it for you right here. It's 340. Come on here. You're messing with me here, machine. Don't piss me off. All right, here we go. 340 FedSup 1130. The site. And it's on page 1131 where it actually says, an assessment is an administrative determination of tax liability. And until the assessment has been made, the tax has not been found to be owing, pursuant to 26 U.S. Code, annotated the Internal Revenue Code of 1954, Section 6203. And it goes on further to say, the definition of found to be owing as used in this section means assessed. The Internal Revenue Code provides for a specific procedure for assessment, 26 U.S. Code, Section 6203. An assessment is an administrative determination of tax liability. Curio versus United States, 281 Fed Sup, page 252. Okay.
Can you send me that Constitution, man?
I'll send it to you right away. And United States.
Thank you so much.
318 Federal 2nd, 637 out of the 7th Circuit Court of Appeals, 1963. And until the assessment has been actually made and determined, the tax has not been found to be owing. So if they haven't properly assessed you, they do not have a cause of action for which relief may be granted. Now, you got to be very careful here, because one of the tricks that they like to do is they'll send you these documents, okay? Now, look right at it and look at the name. The name will be in all capital letters. Is that you? No, it's a straw man. It is not you. But we get into a situation here where they've sent this document to you, and it's a trap. And if you don't object to them using that capital letter name for you, then it's deemed to be admitted as true, because you didn't actually call them up and say, wait a minute here, you got the wrong party here. That's not me. I do not spell my name like that under any circumstance. I have my Christian name and appellation is spelled exactly like this, and you put your Christian name down, a capital first letter for your name, small letters after that, like capital J, small O-H-N, dash, Michael, capital M, small I-C-H-A-E-L, comma, space, comma. That means for the house and family name of Miller. Got it?
Say that again now. You said capital, small letters, dash.
Name. Yep. Your Christian name actually starts with a semicolon.
Okay.
You start with a capital letter J for John or Jane, small A-N-E, slash,
okay.
Sarah, capital S, small A-R-A-H, and then there'll be a comma, and then space, and another comma, which means you're of the house and family name of capital M, small I-L-L-E-R, semicolon. Now, that is your Christian name. In the Old Bible, on the very first page of the Bible, was the name of all newborn children in the family and what have you. Your first Christian name was put in there. Then when you turned around 13 or 14, they entered your arriving at adulthood for your confirmation. And then your second name was your Christian confirmation name. Then the comma, space, comma, says I'm of the house and family name of Miller under the protection of my father's house, okay? And at the end of your name was another colon. Now this designates this person on the front page of this Bible as my absolute Christian name appellation, okay? That is who you really are, okay? That is your Christian name appellation. Now, when they send you this all capital letter name, that is a corporation or an officer of a corporation or an officer of government residing in the District of Columbia pursuant to Title 26 United States Code, Section 6331A, and that gives them jurisdiction to even talk to you or to take you up on this action, okay? That's clearly a party, okay? Now, the trick is that they send that letter out, and it's left standing, and if you don't object to that, then it's deemed to be admitted as true. Failure to answer otherwise plead is an admission of facts and evidence, and therefore the trap is sprung and set. And if you don't call them up or write them a letter and say, first of all, you have the wrong party here. That's not me. I don't spell my name like that under any capacity. My name is spelled like this Christian name, okay? That's the only person name I accept for me. You must have the wrong party here. Please check your files and records and verify your claim. Then I'm going to ask you, under the Fair Debt Collection Act, Title 15, United States Code, Section 1692(G), to verify your claim and that you actually have the right party. Right now, I can already tell you don't have the right party because I don't spell my name like that. And I object to your use of the name.
Okay, so you're using the word object. So even though you're not in a court procedure, you just writing a letter, you still should use the word object?
Yeah, I object to your using the spelling of my name in this unfactual manner, because you're going to try and tie me into being a corporation, an officer of a corporation, or an officer of government, and that is not me.
Okay.
You are a court.
Yes, you are. You are your own court.
Oh, okay.
Right to object. I object to you doing that. That's not me. You have failed to join your proper party. Now, whenever you fail to join your proper party, that's a fatal error in any claim. And once you tell them that they have done this, then they have to go back and correct their record.
Oh, okay.
If they don't correct their record within 30 days, then your argument is deemed to be true in fact. And now they have laches is incurred, and they have no right to proceed. They are stoped from proceeding against you by law. Laches being a species of action where a party of reasonable intelligence and integrity, having a right to take action as prescribed by law, and having failed to timely proceed to do that, they give up their right to proceed by laches. They are stoped from proceeding against you. That means they can't come forward against you by law.
Now, I received from my retirement, OPM, Office of Personnel Management in Washington, D.C., where the IRS had sent them a letter to garnish my check. So I did a Freedom of Information Act request for authorization, the true assessment, a lot of stuff, and gave them 20 days. And 20 days have passed, and I have not heard from them.
They have failed to answer in a timely manner. You actually have a right to set the 20 days if you want, but it's better if you use, their program of 30 days, because that's what's actually said in the law. But you have a right to set an estoppel period. You have a right to say 20 days, because a reasonable and prudent person could just write you back and say, okay, we've had occasion to check our files. We find that you're probably right, so we're going to withdraw our claim. And they could do that easily within 20 days.
Right.
But see, they're busy as hell. And see, usually, though, under any circumstance, 30 days is more than enough time for anybody to reasonably dig into their records and properly check and verify whether or not there's a genuine issue or a claim. And if they don't do that, then they give up their right to do that. That's called laches. Laches being a species of action where they had a right to take an action prescribed by law, and failing to timely do so, they give up their right.
Okay, so now should I send a letter to the commissioner letting him know this, that the disclosure office for the IRS had failed to respond to my request?
Yep. And I'm assuming this matter is resolved in my favor. You had every chance to answer, and you didn't verify it. Now, one of the problems is they'll write us, and they want us to jump through our tail.
Right.
They just, out of stupidity and lack of courtesy, don't even write you back. They even acknowledge whether or not they got your letter. Most of the reason for that is because you're not talking to a real person. You're talking to a computer.
Right. But I even put in there that even if they needed more time, to send me a letter to request more time. But like I said, no response.
Don't do that again. The laches has incurred because they didn't request an extension of time.
Right.
There was a gentleman out in California, Springer was his name, and he hauled these people down to court, and he subpoenaed all of the people's names
I believe that, yeah.
Oh, you're talking about Lindsay Springer.
Yeah, Lindsay Springer. And he actually brought them into court with a subpoena and subpoenaed them to show. Well, when he got there, they found out half of the people were just made-up names. They just made up names. They don't even exist. They're just made-up names. Then the other half, he found, a lot of them didn't even have knowledge that the IRS had taken their name out of the employee list and just used it without their permission, and they kept wondering why they were getting all of these notices of lieutenant that they're about to be sued, you know. And when the IRS, without permission, just took their employee lists and started putting the lists of employees that they had in their employment files onto the letter, sent them out like it was really coming from them, and they didn't even know nothing about it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, another thing you're going to find out is a lot of these people that are agents, that are would-be people that claim they have a right to do stuff, are nothing but a GS-9, which is basic agent. Basic agent is a GS-9. For them to sign things like liens and levies, they got to be a GS-11. Pay grade. Government service rated 11. That's kind of like saying that they're a judge. They have the same standing as a judge. Now, for the assessment to be valid, it would have to be signed by a GS-11 collection branch manager. And if it's not signed by that, immediately you know this is absolute fraud. They're not a proper party to sign this levy or this assessment. Then you go and you look at some of these levies, and on the lower left-hand corner there will be a handwritten for. This one person is signing for another person, and the
right
allow them to sign for the other person. Well, okay, where's the power of attorney for that person to sign for the other person? There isn't one. So, clerk down here at Register of Deeds, how are you allowing this to be filed? It has to be witnessed and acknowledged by proper procedure and party. Where's the two witnesses' signatures? There isn't any. Okay, where's the power of attorney that says this person can sign for that person? There isn't any. Okay, where's the GS-11 collection branch manager's signature on the right-hand corner? There isn't any. They'll sign agent, which means they're GS-9. Then you go up and look in the upper left-hand corner, and it'll say notice of intent to levy, or notice of levy. Well, a notice of levy is not a levy within the meaning of the Internal Revenue Code. It says so right in their own code. And you look at the form number, and it's 668 parens W parens little c, okay? Or it'll be 668 parens capital Y and parens small c. Well, this is just a notice of intent. Well, it's required before you lien somebody. You have to give them notice that, hey, I'm going to lien you if you don't fix this right away. It's just called due process of law, Title V. All right, now the bottom line is when they do this, they are interposing the notice of lien for the actual lien. And then you take down what I can give it to you if you need it. You give me a fax number or an email number and or reference, and I will get it to you. The real levy form is 668 parens B, as in boy. And the real ones, the old ones, which are collector's items now, had a paragraph A on it, which basically said the authority of the secretary to actually do what they're doing, that they can only do this to corporations, officers of corporations, and officers of government residing in the District of Columbia. Are you a corporation, an officer of a corporation, or an officer of government residing in the District of Columbia? No. So how do they even come to talk to you? They got no jurisdiction to talk to you. And when we brought this to their attention years ago, whoops, what happened to paragraph A? They took that off. Then they started the program with paragraph B. You ever known anything to start with paragraph B? No. It starts with A. They pulled the A off because it clearly stated their jurisdiction. And we clearly came back and said, hey, you don't have jurisdiction. What is your jurisdiction even talking to me? You don't have any. But see, part of what they're doing is they're putting that all-cap letter name on the paperwork they send to you. And they're assuming that if you don't object to that, all of a sudden, conditional assignment, you're a taxpayer, you're a corporation, you're an officer of a corporation, you're an officer of government residing in the District of Columbia. It says so right on the paperwork. Look at this all-capital letter name. That's you. That's our jurisdiction to come talk to you. Got it? See this involved? When they do this, you absolutely must object. That is not my name. I do not spell my name like that. You have the wrong party. Please check your records and verify your claim, and please send me proof of all your claim pursuant to Title 15, United States Code, Parens 1692G. I'd really appreciate it if you could do that within the next 30 days. If you don't, I'm going to assume the matter is resolved in my favor, and I will default you. Then you go down to that clerk down there at the registrar's and deeds office, and you tell her, look, we got a problem here. There's been a fraud perpetrated on the court and you. pull out the document, show them the lien. Show them all of the screw-ups on the lien. Look at this guy here. He's signing for this guy. He put a little 4 here. He's signing for this guy. Okay, where is it proven that he is a TTSC, a trustee? Where is it proven that he has a attached power of attorney to sign his name for this guy's name? Where is the GS11 collection branch manager's name? I want to see who has authority to sign these documents. You see, this document is totally fraudulent and unlawful. And on top of that, you got the wrong form. This form here is a notice of intent to lien, a form 668 parens W parens C, and the real lien is a 668 parens B. Do you have a 668 parens B with my name on it? No. I'm going to give you a fair chance. I will agree to hold you harmless if you will fix and correct this error. Remove this from my file under my name, and here's my name and exactly how I spell it. And I want you to remove all of this fraudulent stuff from my file. Now, I'll give you a fair chance. If you'll do this, I'll agree to hold you harmless that you didn't cause me harm. But if you don't do this, I'm going to have no other choice but to proceed against you through being a third-party co-conspirator in the violation and or injury of me and my lawfully owned property. And you have a bond, and I will seize your bond, and you can't work without the bond, so you better just think carefully here. Go get your boss or go talk to your boss. But we need to correct this record right now because this is not lawful or proper. You should have not allowed this to even be recorded in your office because it's not properly witnessed and acknowledged by a proper person with the proper authority to do this. Really appreciate it if you just fix your files. Could you please have it done in the next 10 days? Thank you kindly. And, you know, be courteous because she didn't know. She don't know point giving her this stuff. I mean, she's just standing there doing a job. Sometimes they are totally ignorant of what's going on. But they should be knowledgeable enough to know that a person signing a document has to have the proper authority to do that. And certainly if I'm going to sign a name for somebody else, there should be a power of attorney giving me authority to sign for that other person attached thereto and made part thereof. Does that make sense?
Right. Yeah.
And if you're going to do that, and you have a bond, and you're supposed to be following the law and doing things copacetic, you broke the law. You can't be the clerk if you're going to do stuff like that. Your bond is going to be seized. I'm going to come collect. But I will, right now, because I'm a reasonable man, and I don't want to harm anybody, consequentially or otherwise, for an obvious inadvertence or mistake here. But now that you are noticed and posted of the mistake, I want you to fix it. Can you do that? Or what do I got to do to get this fixed? I want this taken off my property. This notice of lien is not a lien within the meaning of the Internal Revenue Code. And they know this stuff, and there's all kind of, the Odell case, Aetna Life and Casualty, there's several cases that says, that's another thing. Aetna Life and Casualty is another one. Second here, we will get you up to speed here tonight.
Thank you.
Boom, and you will be able to knock the snot out of them. Every time you turn around, they're going to say, "Oh God, here she comes again."
Okay, while you looking for that, let me ask you this. Okay, since the I know they're going to garnish my retirement check.
They better not touch it. Better not touch that. That's Title 42, United States Code, Chapter 7, Section 407. They better not touch that pension check.
They are going to do it. I know that already. Okay, what did you just say? You went fast on that one. Also,
sorry. I'm trying to slow down here, but I'm used to battling all the time. These people an inch, they'll rip the rug right out in front of you. So I just come right over the top of the berm, charge right over them, put hands go right to the headquarters and grab the flag. Then I come back and take care of the guys that are still breathing. And see, that's what I've been trained to do, and I've learned the years. And it's like you either take care of business or you get your ass beat, and that's the way it is. So I'm basically a creature of habit, and I've learned, you know, once you get the floor, buddy, you hold that floor for whatever it takes. I don't care. You just better hold it because they're going to walk you all around the deck if you don't.
Right.
They just, you know, rip you off every single time. Oh, that's the one.
But, okay, since the Office of Personnel Management, when they deduct my money and send it to the IRS, aren't they acting in the position of a debt collector?
Okay, let me ask you a question. Who actually did it? Who actually took the money? You're going to be shocked when I give you this explanation. You're going to be shocked.
Wait, go ahead and give it to me.
How am I going to charge a computer with a crime? Where is the mens rea? Where is the state of mental? I'm going to break this law, and I know I'm going to break this law, and I'm doing it anyway. Now, how do you charge a computer with having a mens rea? That they actually went and did this. See, they just set up the situation so that the computer just automatically does the job. And then it's like, well, who do we put on the complaint here when we file a complaint?
The director.
Put the computer down. Well, that's what you do. That's the way around it. That's what you have to do. But the bottom line here is they set this up so that any claims coming off the end of the line that got a check from the government, okay, if there's any holds for any government money owed, the computer just automatically takes it. Now, by law, they're not supposed to take more than 15% of that check, got me?
Right.
But I've actually seen them take the whole thing, okay?
Yep.
So you need to really pay attention and understand what's going on here. And once you do, all of a sudden they don't want to play with you no more. Now, I just got in a battle just this week with them, and they had taken this guy for about $7,200. And I told him, I says, you know, you've been real nice to him all this time, and you've been telling him sweet, you know, sugar and all, isn't that special? And so I got him to file one of my serious letters telling him, I'm going to sue your socks off. Guess what? They stopped taking all the money out of his Social Security check, and they give him his money back yesterday. And he says, I never would have thought it possible. I said, well, I says, you know, you can be nicey, only so long. And then you got to let them understand where the rubber meets the road, you see. And once you start explaining to them the real stuff, all of a sudden they don't want to play no more, okay? Because they realize, you know, we've really been breaking the law big time, okay? Now let us get started here and allow me to explain the whole facts on the law concerning the document presentment by the IRS called Notice of Lien, Form 668, parens W, capital W, parens small c, which was sent to your firm by the Internal Revenue Service. And the documents above noted has a number identifying it in the upper left-hand corner, designating the exact purpose of the document form. And as I stated above, the 668, capital W, small c, which is by definition a notice of lien, which is just a mere notice of intent to lien. It is not really an actual lien form, and that's fact. Please take constructive notice of this fact, that an actual lien form document would have to have an identifying number in the upper left-hand corner of 668 parens B. Please see the attached copy, and then I provide them a copy of that exact form marked Defense Exhibit A, okay, attached here to and made part of the record by reference. Now, obviously, the Form 668WC, which your firm received, is not a real lien.
Right.
Examine carefully Form 668WC or 668YC, okay? Notice of lien, document presentment, you received. My Exhibit A attached here too for your perusal and assistance. And now, actually, you see the 668B, lien document or levy document. All right? Now, carefully examine these. You can see there's a difference. Now, things that are different are not the same. So, obviously, there's two different numbers here which designate two different separate forms. Does that make sense to you?
Right.
Now, basically, the notice of intent is just to give me a due process notice that if you don't take care of this, probably there's going to be a lien issued. But this isn't the lien, okay? The law never meant for the notice of lien to be actually substituted for the real lien. This is just not proper. It's due process requirements. I'm supposed to get notice that if I don't take care of this and fix this, that I'm going to have a lien filed. But this is not the lien. This is just a notice. Now, the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, Rule 41, first require that a party with a just and lawful claim, they have to do what is called concurrence. And they have to give you notice in advance by concurrence, or they void their claim. So this is merely a notice of concurrence. You know, we'd like you to sit down and look at this. We're giving you a notice, a proper notice. If you don't take care of this within such and such a time, then we will issue the real lien. But at no point was the notice of lien supposed to be the lien. Okay, so you can see the error right off. They just make it up and do what the hell they damn well please, and then they just assume people are stupid. They won't know anything. And amazingly, they start to find out, wow, these Americans are pretty smart. They're real sharp people. Now, let me explain to you here. United States of America versus Odell, capital O apostrophe, capital D, small ELL, 180 Fed Second 304. And it says very clearly and holds, a levy requires that property be brought into legal custody through seizure, actual or constructive. Levy being an absolute appropriation in law of the property levied on, and the mere notice is insufficient for that purpose. It goes on further to say the method for accomplishing a levy on a bank account is issuing warrants of distraint. The making of the bank party and serving the notice of levy copy of the warrants of distraint and the notice of lien are not the lien. So they didn't take constructive possession of the property. This paragraph describes the mere statement of notice of claim. Nothing alleged to have been done amounts to a levy, which requires that the property be brought into legal custody through seizure, actual and constructive. Levy being an absolute appropriation in law of the property seized or levied upon. Okay? Then it goes on further to say, United States versus Aetna Life and Casualty Insurance Company, 46 Federal Supplement, page 30. And it goes on and say, I can find no statute which says that the mere notice of lien shall constitute the actual lien or levy under Section Title 26, United States Code, Section 3672. Okay? And it goes on further to explain all of this stuff. The mere notice doesn't constitute the lien. So this is done in fraud. An action to enforce liability of an insurance company for refusing to surrender the collector property of the delinquent taxpayer was an action to enforce a penalty and service of process by mail and publication on the non-resident taxpayer. It was not authorized under the section of the Judicial Code providing for substituted service. In the section that goes on and on to say that this notice is merely a notice. It does not constitute the actual seizure of the property. So they're not following even their own code. You know, when you start reading the cases and the program on here, it goes to 26 U.S. Code, Internal Revenue Code, Section 3710, the possibility to an injunction against insurer in action of the United States to enforce a statutory penalty against insurer under a delinquent taxpayer's life policy might not be available to the insurer as a bar to any subsequent action against the taxpayer. They didn't take the proper procedure to go get the taxpayer's property. So they cannot now assign a penalty for somebody who doesn't want to play ball with them. Do you understand? And that's basically what that case was about. And the reality is they are doing this in fraud. And they know it. And they basically keep doing it. Now, once we have a fraud situation, that's U.S. versus Tweel, 550 U.S. 297-300, which case held that fraud voids the most sacred contract. The attached fraud exhibit, marked Exhibit B, attached here to and made part of the record. Now, if you examine these forms, you can clearly see that the notice of levy is not the levy. So I'm going to ask you kindly, remove this document from my file. I want you to fix my file. There is no lien actually on my file, unless you can show me one right now. I want you to fix this and remove this fraudulent document, or I'm going to have no other course of action but to proceed against you, and I will sue your socks off if you don't fix this. But I just assume you just do it of your own honest volition. I have brought the error to your attention, and I'm asking you to fix it, and I will agree to hold you harmless if you do that. But if you don't, I'm going to sue you. I'll name you as a third-party co-conspirator. And you see, the person that drives a getaway car from the bank robbery is guilty of the same charge of the bank robbery, even though the other guy went in and pulled the gun on the teller, you see. But the guy who drove the getaway car is just as guilty, you see. And he may not have even known that the guy went in and robbed the bank or the party store, you understand? But because he drove the getaway car, he's just as guilty. That's guilty by association, third-party co-conspirator. And see, you're kind of driving the getaway car here. Now, what do you want to do here? You want to fix this intelligently and rationally, or you want to keep playing games? Let's go here. See, the clerk will say, gee, I wasn't aware of all this. I said, well, all right, I'll agree to fix it. And usually they'll fix it. Very rarely do you find somebody that stupid to realize that you pinned their hide so clearly to the wall, and they're not going to go ahead and say, well, you'll have to take that up to the IRS. Well, okay, buddy, but you robbed the bank same as they did, you know. So understand. That helps a lot of people who are being ridiculously jammed. Now, to get back to your situation here with this pension. Okay, first of all, there is a Pension Protection Act. That was just put through on the 18th of December, signed by President Bush on the 18th of December 2007, and basically they cannot touch a pension in theory, okay, after that pension. And Debbie Stabenow was one of the congresswomen that put that through, okay? But that's even the real point. The real point is we're talking about Social Security here. Social Security is defined in Title 42 United States Code, Chapter 7, Section 407, and it says unless you absolutely volunteer, and you have to volunteer, and there has to be a record of you volunteering, they cannot touch a Social Security pension check.
Oh, it's not Social Security. It's a retirement.
Well, it doesn't matter. They went on to reinforce this argument by passing the Pension Protection Act. So you cannot legally touch a pension. Not even an order of a bankruptcy judge can touch a pension lawfully. Okay? So you can argue these arguments, but see what's happening here is you're not dealing with people here. You're dealing with a computer. The computer has been given orders. The orders say if a government check is coming off the end of the assembly line and your name is on it and any claim is against you, they just automatically grab that check by computer doing the physical deed, okay? Now, you sue the computer. Say, did the computer go to law school? Does it understand that, that it had a mental state, that it was willful in its intent to avoid an undue task under law with moral certainty? Certainly not. Oh, this is just a computer error. Oh, I see. But still, you're out the check, huh? They grab your check, right?
Right.
Situation is, we have to impress upon their minds that, okay, you guys can play these little I didn't hit you, my hand did games, but we all know how far that goes down on the street. Somebody tells you they punch you in the face, and you're sitting there, you saw them punch you in the face, and they sit there, I didn't hit you, my hand did. You want to you're going to punch them, right?
Right.
So do understand, if you're going to play these stupid little kid games, I'm going to sue you. And I'll come get you. And somebody has to be in charge of that computer. Somebody had to program in there to go get me. Somebody had to deny me due process and seize my property without the proper authority, without a GS-11 collection branch manager signing the document. Where's the actual levy? I never received any due process on this. Nobody gave me a court date. I never got a chance to come forward and say my side of this thing. Who'll do this stuff? You just come and do this stuff. Who are you people? You understand? Now, here's part of the problem. Part of the problem is there's two sets of law books. There's the first set, which is the Constitution of these United States, which basically says this is the law, okay? Then there's the second set. That's the one under the table. And, of course, that's the one that says they can do whatever they want, because that's what they do. And so, we laugh about this, but it's the God's truth.
Yeah.
They just they want. And see, they didn't tell you, and then they'll say that's the law. Well, which law are you talking about? Last time I checked, we got the Fifth Amendment says you can't take property without due process of law or just compensation. The 14th Amendment says you can't take property without due process of law or just compensation. How is this you're doing this? I never got a hearing on this. Nobody ever gave me any consideration, and that's another thing. They never give you hearings on this stuff, even though the law says you are required to be given a hearing. And a lot of times people will write them back for years and years and years. Hey, I want a hearing on this. I want a hearing on this. And then they'll say, well, you didn't answer your phone. We called you on such and such a date to give you a hearing over the phone. There's no such thing as a hearing over the phone. Who the hell are you kidding, pal? How can I cross-examine my witness? How can you swear the witness in? How do I even know you're who you say you are over the phone? You could be some joker that just likes to punk people, you know what I'm saying? This idea that you can do a due process hearing over the phone is just, garbage school of law. Stupid is as stupid does, They can get away with this crap, and I've demanded a hearing, and you never gave me a hearing. Please notify me of the date and time of the hearing so I can show up and actually be a party to this and present my case in chief. Haynes versus Kerner, 404 U.S. 519. I never got my chance to present my case in chief. You people just went ahead and found me guilty and then slammed me with some judgment, and then you had the courtesy to tell me you were doing this, and then you went and did it. And now you're taking my check from the government just because it comes off a U.S. government printing office computer. Where's the due process here? Where did I get it?
They do offer you a due process hearing.
They do, huh? Did you ask for it?
Nope.
Did they give it to you?
I didn't.
The first one I ever heard of.
Well, I've gotten several letters like that they...
Okay. And did you go down for the hearing?
Nope, I didn't.
Okay, well...
The only thing they ever offered me was a due collection process here.
Well,
that's different.
chance to come down and get audited. That's what they gave you.
Well, that's why I didn't go, because it didn't. Maybe it wasn't due process.
No, it was a due collection. They just want to talk about how you're going to make payments. And that's it.
So it actually was what they call a creditor's exam. Where's all your assets so we can make it easy on us to go find all your stuff so we can come attach it. But here's the thing. There's a court case that's called Federal Corp Insurance Corp versus Merrill, 332 U.S. page 3.
Say that again. Federal what?
Federal Corp Insurance Corporation. Or Federal Crop Insurance Corporation. My mind's tired tonight. Federal Crop Insurance Corporation versus Merrill, recorded at 332 U.S. page 380 at 384. And it says very clear, whatever form in which the government functions, anyone entering into an arrangement with the government takes the risk of having accurately ascertained that he or she who purports to act for the government stays within the bounds of his lawful authority. And this is so even though, as here, the agent, him or herself, may have been unaware of the limitations upon his authority. And having failed, and they go and injure somebody, hey, you're liable for the damage.
Mm-hmm.
You can find that under Utah Power and Light Company versus United States, which is recorded at 243 U.S. page 389. That's 243 U.S. page 389. Now, again, whatever the form which the government functions, anyone entering into an arrangement with the government takes the risk of having accurately ascertained that he who purports to act for the government stays within the bounds of his lawful authority, or her lawful authority. And this is so even though, as here, the agent himself or herself may have been unaware of the limitations upon that authority. Okay? Then you go into a case called Flood versus Kuhn. That's Flood versus Kuhn, F-L-O-O-D versus K-U-H-N, recorded at 407 U.S. page 258, which says, if stare decisis be one aspect of law, as it is, to disregard it in identical situations is a mere caprice. That the vocabulary of case law, stare decisis, courts are to adhere to binding judicial precedents. It is mandatory by law and judicial precedent. When a court has formulated a principle of law for a given situation, it will apply that same principle when the same situation arises again. So you can rely on all these cases. You can say, hey, I relied on the counsel of these judges, especially the Supreme Court cases. There's a case called United States versus Bishop, 412 U.S. 346. That's 412 U.S. 346, which defines willful intent as an evil motive or intent to avoid a known duty or task under the law with a moral certainty. Now, if you relied on the counsel of 9 justices of the U.S. Supreme Court for your decision-making, you have a perfect defense to the element of willfulness. They told you to do it, and I followed their advice. Therefore, this prosecutor does not have a cause of action for which relief may be granted, Your Honor. The Supreme Court had the last word on stare decisis, and they said, you got to follow these court cases, and if you don't follow these court cases, then you are in error. Court cases exactly. So they don't have any complaint against me, Judge. You see? Are you with me?
Yes, I am.
Okay, now there's a lot to know and a lot to go, but the bottom line is knowledge is power, and chance favors the prepared mind. So you just have to get your nose down there and roll up your sleeves and dig, and get ready to argue. But there's a lot of cases where they assume that their actions are covered under the law that says they're immune from prosecution. You can't sue me. I got immunity. That is a lot of hogwash, okay? There are several cases. One is Owens versus City of Independence. The other is Maine versus Thibodeau.
Maine versus what? Thibodeau?
Maine versus Thibodeau. I'll give you the sites on both of them. One is at 100 Supreme Court.
100 Supreme Court, okay.
1398. The other is at 100 Supreme Court. 2502. These were decided in 1982, and they basically said, Judge, you're deemed to be an expert on the law. You're supposed to advise us of the law. You can hardly claim that you acted in good faith for a willful deprivation of my basic constitutional rights. You certainly can't plead ignorance of the law. That'd make the law look stupid for a learned judge, jurist, doctor in law to claim ignorance of the law. Therefore, judicial immunity is denied. And you only hold your office in good behavior. That's Article 3, Clause 1 of the United States Constitution. Judges of the Supreme Court and Inferior Court hold their office during good behavior. They got to be during good behavior. Well, if you're violating people's constitutional rights, you're certainly not in good behavior, are you?
Mm-hmm.
Actually committing felonies under Title 18 United States Code Section 241 and 242. See, you're violating somebody's constitutional rights. That's a $10,000 fine, 10 years in jail, or both, and if death results, life in prison, you see. And then I can sue you under Title 42 United States Code Section 1983, 1985, and 1986. And you have no immunity for violating my constitutional rights. That would be like saying, and you don't have no immunity for robbing banks either. You understand?
Yeah.
And come up here and say, I got immunity. I'm a judge, or I'm an officer of the government, and I was in good faith doing my job. Breaking the law, so you can be sued, and you can be held liable. And the one case was Owens was the chief of police for Independence, Missouri, and they fired him without a due process hearing. Well, he took it all the way to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court says you can't fire that guy without a due process hearing. That's Title 5, United States Code, Section 706, and you got to do everything over now and give him his fair day in court. And if you don't want to do that, here's what's going to happen. You owe him $umpteen million for damaging his constitutional rights. Owens now drives a Lincoln Continental, and on the side he put on there as the chief of police, Owens patrol car. It's stamped right on the door. Now, the other gal, Thibodeau, she was a welfare mother. And she was in Pennsylvania, and she got a job offer to go to Maine. And so she went to Maine, and the job fell through, and she had about 5 or 6 kids. And so when the job fell through, she went and applied for welfare there. Well, they accused her of welfare shopping, people that jump from state to state trying to get the best benefits on welfare, okay? Denied her. She sued all the way to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said, you should have given her a fair opportunity and chance and a hearing. You didn't do that. She don't need no welfare checks anymore because she's filthy rich, you understand? Now, there's another case called Hafer versus Malo, and it very clearly says that an individual can be sued in their individual capacity, and it goes right here after Petitioner Hafer, the newly elected Auditor General of the state of Pennsylvania, discharged respondents from their jobs in her office, and they sued her for inter alia monetary damages under 42 U.S. Code 1983, which is the lawsuit for civil rights violation. The district originally dismissed later claims under Will versus Michigan State Police. That's when they started doing those check lanes. For those of you out there who want to know about the check lanes being illegal, you just tell them officers, isn't this check lane a violation of Will versus Michigan Department of State Police? And that's recorded at 491 U.S. page 58 at 71, in which the court held that state officials acting in their official capacities are outside the class of persons because they got a sticker on their arm that says they're an officer, you see. So they're in good faith doing their officer job, right? The court held that state officials acting in their official capacities were supposedly immune. They're outside of the class of persons subject to liability under 42 U.S. Code 1983. Well, the court reversed itself. And in reversing the ruling, the Court of Appeals found that the respondent sought damages from Hafer in her personal capacity and held that because she acted under color of state law, that the respondents could maintain the Title 42 1983 lawsuit in her individual capacity and sue against her, and she didn't have a cause of action to get it dismissed under her good faith status as an officer. State officers may be held personally liable for damages under Title 42, Section 1983, based upon the actions taken in their official capacities, and they can be sued in their individual capacities. And they don't have any immunity.
Right.
So these people need to understand they're grabbing the wrong gal here, and if you mess with my pension, I'm going to tap dance on your tonsils so your bowels move, but you're going to pay up. And sooner or later, you're going to come up with the cash plus penalty and interest. And I want a letter of apology, too, for the injury. They hate, you might as well ask them for $100 billion to ask them for a letter of apology. They just hate that.
Is the warrant of distraint still operative if it's a non-judicial state?
Well, that's an interesting question, especially since a non-judicial state has different rulings, but the reality is that a document making a claim for your property against you, as an example, a lien, is operative in all 50 states, okay?
Yeah.
And so when somebody puts a lien, that warrant will be effectively enforced in all 50 states. If I file a lien against you, it's not going to matter what state, you understand? But I better have my ducks in a row. I better not have denied your due process. I better have given you every chance to concur and try and work this out. I better have followed the rules of notice and proper service to the letter. And I better have my actual claim and proof of claim very seriously verified, because you run into that Title 15 United States Code 1692G, and if I can't prove the debt and the claim, you know, I don't have a claim. But if I have all of these proofs and my ducks in a row, and you've been given proper notice and a chance to have your hearing and your time to concur and otherwise take care of this, and you just thumbed your nose up and ignored the whole thing, well, yeah, I have a right to come and file my paperwork and actually file a lien against you. And the lien will stick in all 50 states. So, you know, it's like, and this is like another game they play. They'll play this game. Well, that court case came down in Michigan. And this court case I'm talking about happened on April 21st, 2011, in the State of Michigan Court of Appeals. And it said that MERS is not a real party. They're nothing but a straw man. They are a fictional entity. They don't exist. And on top of that, they're a 501c3 nonprofit organization, which means they have a bylaw that says they can't own nothing. So how did you transfer all these properties from Bank A through Bank Z through MERS as the pipeline every time? In other words, when Bank A transferred the property to Bank B, they did it through the pipeline otherwise known as MERS. And then when Bank B sent it to Bank C, they did it through the pipeline otherwise known as MERS. And then so on and so on and so on. Okay, now, if I got poison in the water pipe, and the water goes through the pipe, doesn't it make sense that the water is poison?
Mm-hmm.
So once they pass that property through MERS, and MERS can't hold the property, do you see that? All of a sudden, that was a fraudulent transfer of property. So how can that property have ever gone from Bank A to Bank B through MERS? It couldn't lawfully. Does that make sense to you?
Mm. Well, I already have my retirement levied at 80%.
That can't be. It can only go 15%.
Well, I'm sorry. They're taking 80%.
I'm well aware they violate the law. You're preaching to the choir on that one. I'm well aware they violate the hell out of the law. But lawfully, even your own, if you look in your state law, they have a statute that deals with them.
Actually, when I asked, this is State of Illinois retirement, and I asked them how much they could take out and what you would have be left, and they said $853.
Out of how much?
They didn't say out of how much. I asked them what they're taking is 80%, which leaves me more than $853, but they could take more.
Possibly, almost on every state that I've ever seen on their statutes involving seizure of assets, the most they can take is 15% usually. You'd have to check your state law and see what it actually says, but usually they cannot make a person destitute and take every last dime, you understand? You have to have a chance to live.
But they do.
On your back. I'm well aware they do it all the time, and the IRS is probably one of the biggest violators, and I know that they've called the IRS before Congress to explain all these seizures, and that they've actually testified and they've proven hearings before the Senate that in 97% of the cases where the IRS has seized and or levied property, that they did it wrong or they violated the person's rights in 97% of the cases. Now that number is a huge number statistically.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, something is wrong here. And we need
suing the IRS is your only recourse? Or suing the State of Illinois retirement?
As far as I'm concerned, if they're a party, they're a party. And the law says that you have a right to name them and joinder them in the complaint. And whether they drove the getaway car or actually robbed the bank doesn't matter.
I understand that, but I'm saying the only way you can cope with this is actually file a suit.
Well, or you talk rationally to them and get them to concur. And once your attorney gets a hold of them and explains to them, this is for real, we're going to do this. You got so many days to fix this. If you're not going to be honest and do this thing right, I want all the property back, and I want my damages, okay? And if you're not willing to work this out, I guess we have no other recourse but to seek legal action, and that means I'll sue your socks off.
And that means I have to have money to pay somebody to do that.
Well, it kind of does, doesn't it? And of course, that happens to the poor and the middle class quite a bit, and they can't proceed because they don't have the resources to go ahead.
Yeah, I've worked my whole life to work my way down from the upper middle class to the lower middle class.
Yeah, well, doing 90% of the rest of the population here, and I think the middle class is disappearing. We're all becoming a lower class. Only the very wealthy are getting away with anything. So this is a problem. Anyway, I hope that was helpful to your. I didn't mean to hawk the whole show. I don't.
Yes, it was very helpful.
I'm trying to help.
Yes, it was.
My purpose is to help, so that you people can actually have a chance to at least come back. But if you check into the, there is a federal law called the Pension Protection Act, and Debbie Stabenow, senator from Michigan, is one of the people that pushed it through. It went through on the 17th. It was signed by President Bush on the 17th of December, I believe it was either 2007 or 2008. And legally, they can't touch your pension unless they, at least go to court. And then I found that a bankruptcy judge can't even allow them to touch your pension, especially a Social Security check. So when these people are doing this, they're doing it illegally. And once we put them on notice, if you get an email to Angela, I'll do my best to get you some of these pension letters that we have written for people, and then you can look up this stuff and you can actually see, and we file these things, and immediately the IRS, usually out of hundreds of cases, I've only lost one, and that was because the person lived on the side of a mountain in Pennsylvania, and he didn't read or write the English language, and he had no way of proceeding in modern-day society as a regular person to make a claim, and he just wasn't mentally or physically up to communication and what have you, but he's the only one that lost, but everybody else got settled or they got their money back because it's illegal, and once you bring it to their attention, they have to fix it, and if they don't fix it, they're liable, and they can be sued.
Well, I sure appreciate any kind of help I could get, because this is not a Social Security issue. This is
it's a pension, though.
Yeah.
This is what was brought up in the Pension Protection Act. It's House Resolution Number 4, HR House Joint Resolution Number 4.
What should I put in the title section so you know that the email came from me concerning garnishment?
Well, you need to call the people that are actually taking care of
I mean the email to you. The email that Angela's going to send to you.
She needs to just get me an email and just put in there that this has to deal with pension programs or your property being seized unlawfully. Okay. I will do my best to get you the information you need to go beat them up.
Is Angela still there? Angela?
Probably went to bed.
Oh, do anybody know her email address?
It's on the website.
Just a second. It's on the website. It's on her. Just a second here, and we'll see if we can help you with it. Boom. Come down here. Okay. All right. And see if you have, if this is my 43rd year. It was just this week, 43 years, the 17th of June. Let's see. Where are you, Angela? All right. Is that it? Okay. Just a second here. Boom. Put that up. All right. Her website is Angela, Angela. D-A-R-K. All small.
Dot, wait a minute. Angela dot?
Nope, no Angela nothing. Angela, A-N-G-E-L-A, S-T-A-R-K, at ca.it.com. That's all small letters, no spaces, nothing.
Okay, thank you. I'll be sending you one tonight. Well, sending it to her tonight.
Get back to you as fast as we can, and we'll do the best we can to get back to you. But do understand, we are really jumping here to help as many people as we can. So
I sure need it, because I've run through all of the, and because the state is my health insurance as well. They're not paying those bills either.
It seems to me that they are seriously negligent in.
Well, they are, and they're broke.
I understand that, too. It's like, what are you going to do, send me to Vietnam? I've already been there 3 times. You're too late, I remember this one pilot, we crashed this aircraft in the middle of this rice paddy, and he goes, oh, my God, I'm going to have to buy this aircraft. Oh, my God. And he saw all this talking, and I'm never going to get out of this. I'll be in debt for the rest of my life, and da-da-da-da-da. And I said, sir, what's the worst they're going to do, send you to Vietnam? And everybody just busted out laughing, because you're already here. In case you didn't notice, this rice you're too late.
Well, our wonderful government has all bought everything else. I share something with you. I was poisoned with Dursban, which was something our government liberated from Nazi Germany.
Yeah.
And perpetrated upon our so-called lawn care services and things like that.
Society, yep.
They used part of Agent Orange.
Drink a whole glass of that stuff. It won't even hurt you. I remember that guy from Hooker Chemical saying that. Now, if they find 20 parts per million, everybody puts a suit on with self-contained breathing apparatus, and this guy's going to drink a whole glass of it? Yeah, right, sure, pal. Your mama raised a stupid child, you know. And now, all these people are dying like flies, and they can't understand. And even there are people that are living there, their kids are all screwed up. They got all kind of problems. And, you know, I often marveled at when I looked across the jungle and everything was black and dead. I said, this stuff can't be too good for your health to even be around this stuff. Look at what it does to the entire jungle. And, you know, you'd have to put umpteen gallons of jet fuel on there to even catch the stuff on fire. It was so resilient, you know. Try and burn out a bunch of jungle and watch. It takes a long time to burn that jungle out, but they just sprayed that stuff on there one time, and everything died. And we're out here on this stuff like a can of gas, you know what I'm saying? And then we come home, and we're melting down to, well, I was a big 270-pound paratrooper, you know, a brawling big farm kid, you know, and I went down to 137 pounds. I can remember laying on a steel table one night listening to this guy tell the nurse, I don't think he's going to live the night. His white cell count's too low, you know. And she started crying, and then that's the last time I saw her. I says, I don't care what you do, Doc. You better find a way to get her back. I don't care if you double her salary. That's the best nurse in this hospital. And you damn well better get her back here, and don't be telling nobody I'm dying. I'll tell you when I'm dying. You don't nobody I'm dying. I'll tap dance on your tonsils to your bone. I'll count the pennies on your eye, you know. And I'll dance at your feet. And I'm a survivor, Doc. I come back. I came back from 44 below zero in the Arctic Circle. I came back 3 combat tours of Vietnam. I got shot down 4 times, left for dead twice. I come back. You got that, Doc? Don't be telling no nurse I'm dying. Got it? I will dance at your funeral, pal. I am the real McCoy, boy. So anyway, and I take this real personal with this stuff because I got kidney and liver cancer. I got bowel cancer. They cut a tumor out of me the size of a softball about my bowels. Now you're going to tell me this Agent Orange wasn't for real. This idiot doctor was telling me, oh, it's all in your head. I says, are you a doctor? Yeah. You know what MRIs are? Yeah. Okay. Look at these images. Tell me what you see there. Oh, that's kidney and liver. Okay. And what are those little things right there? Well, they look like some type of tumor. Bingo. Go to the head of your class. Does that look like it's in my head? You know? Don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining out, Doc, because I get really tense when you do that. You know? I don't even want to hear that bull crap. Go find some schmuck out there that doesn't understand what's going on here, because I understand. And I understand I'm healthy as a brick. I don't smoke, I don't chew, I don't do nothing heavy duty. Except handle that stupid damn Agent Orange crap. So I don't even want to hear no bullshit. And I ended up having to sell everything I owned to pay these doctors over $385,000 just to keep me alive. So I don't even want to hear about veterans' benefits. I don't want to hear about none of this crap. Go peddle that fish out in the back 40 with the rest of the cow manure, because I don't even want to hear it. If you were a doctor, you would know right now that obviously I have a problem. So it's not in my head. And see, they would pretend like it's all in your head. Not in my head. I can tell you seriously, Doc, I feel bad. I feel real bad. I'm 137 pounds. I can't keep no food down. I'm throwing everything up, you know. And your chemotherapy sucks so bad they should warn all low-flying aircraft. Pull on full power. I don't think it's helping me. I think it's killing me. interleukin-2, where they take your blood and they spin it in the centrifuge, and then they put it back in their chemotherapy, and then they give it back to you in an IV, and man, you get sick as a dog, big time. And you're on kidney dialysis machines and all this stuff just to keep your system working. You feel like your hair wants to crawl out of the top of your head. So I hear a bunch of crap from a bunch of so-called MD doctors to try and cover up what was done.
Right.
And then they burned down all of the medical records in the St. Louis facility where all the veterans' records were kept. And isn't it interesting how that Oklahoma office building was where all of the Gulf War veterans had their medical files?
Caught a fire. Yeah.
Yeah. You just, it's like, well, they wouldn't do that. Well, that'd be conspiracy. Now these veterans go in and you got to tell them, and the guy tells me, we don't have any records on you. I said, well, I can tell you why. They burned down the damn hospital in St. Louis. That's why you don't have any of my files. So then they cut on me, and I'm waking up here in the recovery area, and this was on a weekend where it was Veterans Day of all things, and I had major surgery, and they cut me up pretty good, and I'm not feeling so good, and I'm laying there, and I remember rolling just a little bit, and I looked, and there must have been 40 or 50 of these really impressive-looking doctors around my bed. And I looked at them right, and I said, you found my files, didn't you? And all them letters from the president, and all them medals, and all them decorations, and all that stuff. And
so what was behind them burning down the building with all the records? Military records.
Evidence of what your health status was, is there? No record of whether you're even in Vietnam, is there?
Oh.
Record of you handling any kind of toxic anything, you see.
Oh.
All those records just vanished, gone. And all these veterans that are coming home with this depleted uranium problem, all those records disappeared from that Oklahoma office building that they supposedly said was blown up by some single guy.
Mm-hmm.
You and I both know we've been smelling a lot of trash in that front yard lately. They just have been telling us a lot of malarkey that a normal and reasonable person of normal intelligence could easily figure out. Man, you people lie like hell, I think there's some serious problems. And now rather than admit what they did and just, hey, let's fix these veterans, they figure they'll drag it out and they'll just die off, and by the time it ever comes out, they'll just all be dead, and we won't have to worry about it. A dead one, what is it, a dead one?
Tells no tales.
Can't testify,
Well, it makes the statistics a lot better, because then there's fewer people who died from the war.
Yeah. They talk all kind of crap. They talk a lot of crap. They take damn poor care of their veterans, and that's the disgusting part. Now, that's not to say that all of them are bad people. They're not. Some of them are very good. Some of them took very good care of me. And those people I appreciate, and they actually did help me, and I'm grateful to them for that. And they definitely were very caring for me the day that I woke up from that surgery. And it was really funny, because I woke up in the middle of the operation at 4 o'clock in the morning, and this was on a holiday weekend where everybody was supposed to be off, and they found a way to bring in the best surgeons to help me, so I'm grateful.
So you was in Vietnam, too?
3 combat tours in a row. And see, when you're coming home from something like that, you're just a little goosey. Would you give me that? If somebody come up and grabbed you the wrong way, you'd probably toss them on their head and let them understand about, I used to be a paratrooper in the service. Probably be a good idea you didn't come up and grab me from behind,
Mm-hmm.
You might get your bones rearranged Kentucky style, you know what I'm saying, where nothing fits, And so the silly nurse, I'm in the bed, and at 4 o'clock in the morning, they're bored, see. They don't have enough to do. So this silly ass grabs me like he was going to choke me from behind. Well, at 4 o'clock in the morning, everything was very quiet. La-dee-da-da-da-da-da, just quiet. And you hear a ding-ding every now and then, and maybe Dr. So-and-so report, And this fool grabs me. Now, they had made a bet how high the old man would clear the bed, see. I'll bet I can get him to clear the bed by 3 feet. He's awful goosey. That guy, he's definitely got that, what do you call it, that, the military name that they have for, you know, you're a little jumpy and all this stuff, you know.
Yeah.
And this fool
PD thing.
Yeah, they have a name for it though. There's a special
post-traumatic stress syndrome.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I was used to being out in the jungle all by myself, you know, having to deal with these people and keep alive and make it back, you know. And so this fool grabs me. Well, at 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm not expecting somebody to grab me like they're going to choke me down and wrestle me to the ground. Well, I come out of that bed. I cleared easily 3 foot, but then what he didn't understand was going to happen next. And I got this guy by the throat, and I'm about to rip his head clean off, and I let out with my standard issue panther growl. And this guy, he had to change his pants. He had to go home and get new pants.
Mm.
And my guy in the next bed says to him, your mother have any kids that lived? And he was a paratrooper too. Well, immediately you got to picture these veterans. Now, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. It's real quiet, but they all heard what happened. They knew exactly what had happened. They screwed around with another one of these veterans with PTSD, you know, post-traumatic stress, and the laughter. They just, all the veterans just, and this was a quiet wing of the hospital, and they just all busted out laughing. I mean, they just roared. They were wetting their pants. They could hardly breathe. They were laughing so good. And all day, this nurse, you know, hey, you jumped any of them old paratroopers lately? Probably ain't going to do that again, huh?
Mm.
Let's go jump that old guy over there. Yeah, go ahead. Make my day.
Mm.
I cleared the bed by 3 foot, all right. He got his bed. He won his bed, but he also got totally dead. And I told him, I says, you know, you should probably think about going to church this Sunday because you are one of the luckiest shits God ever made. Because if I'd have been as fast and as good when I came out of the service, you would have been better than hell. Probably a real good idea. You don't touch me when I'm sleeping.
Mm.
I'll kill you.
Well, at least you slept. A lot of them come back now from Iraq and they don't sleep.
Yeah, I understand. There's a problem. It's also part of that. Well, they're on guard duty. At nighttime, you're on guard duty. You can't sleep on guard.
Oh, okay.
And dead. That's how they take a magic marker and they run it across your throat a couple of times, so when you do wake up in the morning, you can see your throat was cut.
Mm.
While you were sleeping on guard, your throat was cut. That's what the old Sarge used to do if you got caught sleeping on guard. He'd take a magic marker and run it across your throat a bunch of times so you could see you're a bloody mess.
Mm.
You don't sleep on guard, so at night, you stay awake, because that's when the bad guys come.
Yeah.
So this is part of it, okay?
Okay. Never heard that. Okay.
Yep, that's the reason why they're on guard duty. They're just waiting for him to come through the wire. Come on, make my day. I'm ready, Freddie.
Mm-hmm.
Through that wire, I'm going to cut your throat. So the bottom line is, you know, these people need to have a little more respect. They shouldn't be doing stupid stuff like that. They should be trying to take care of these guys and make sure that whatever they need, they just fix it. And let's get the guy back on his feet.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
So, and that's my main complaint with them. But other than that, they have done some really good stuff for me, and they've also done some bad stuff.
Kind of like they just toss them to the side once they get back.
Well, they need to understand here, and they want to make you out that you're the crazy. Well, then the psychiatrist had to come down and check me out. They sent 3 of them to talk because I got to be a psychotic. Who growls like a mountain lion like that? They don't understand that that's all part of the training, you understand? To make sure you are a mean, lean, fighting machine, you know.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
And that's so your enemies fear you greatly, and they do fear you greatly. And when they found us, they would cut us up in several pieces and spread us out over 4 or 5 provinces because they regarded us as devils, and they were afraid we'd come back to life because that's the kind of unit that I was in. We were some serious, aggressive people. When you messed with us, you were messing with your life. And so anyway, it was really funny because the guy in the next bed to me, he was a ranger too, and he told this guy, go buy 2 lottery tickets today, buddy, because you are the luckiest shit God ever made. And today would probably be your day to cash in. You probably will get that big $1 million winner. So go buy 2 lottery tickets and just make a double sure thing.
Mr. Constitution Man?
The doctor came back and he found out that I had ripped my stitches. because of this stupid nurse, and so he fired the guy on the spot. But you know, this is the kind of stuff that these veterans are putting up with, and they come back, and then they want to make you out like you're the crazy. Well, you're a psychotic. We don't have regular people don't growl like that. And I said, you jump on me in the middle of the night at 4 o'clock in the morning, boy, I'm gonna growl at you. It used to be funny was I go to the dentist, and I'm allergic to the painkiller, so he would just drill my teeth with no painkiller, and when he'd hit the nerve, I'd growl, you know, and he'd go, you had your shots. You ain't gonna bite me, or don't bite me. And it was a joke, and that laughter would make the pain go away. So
right, yeah.
If you're gonna bite me, I'm not gonna work on you. But I mean, when you get hurt, you know, and when you're jammed and when you're under stress like that, you know, you're ready for battle. I mean, these kids today, they come from everywhere USA. They are the finest fighting soldiers in the world, the very best. When they are under the gun, they are bad to the man. They are bad to the bone. Bad to the bone, you know. And when you jump on them kids, you're going to find out, oh, you thought that was little innocent Johnny. Well, Johnny has now been through Ranger training, and that Johnny is a bad kid. You jump on him, you better bring a whole bunch, because you're going to get a chance to test the theory, and for about 50 minutes, you're going to get the hell beat out of you and 15 or 20 of your friends.
Man, quick question on the issue you just raised. What is the, I guess, the best strategy to put in place before the fact if you anticipate maybe a court trying to order a psychological evaluation? I don't think that will come up, but in the event that they try to, based on you objecting to the things that they're trying to do, what type of strategy would...
I will give you some of the best strategy, and believe me, I've had it happen to me 6 times, so I can tell you they don't like it when you're this sharp, and so they're going to try and discredit you and make you out that you're the crazy one, okay? I recommend that you keep yourself clean cut at all times. I don't care. You shave every day. You keep yourself clean. You make sure your mustache is clean cut. You're a square deal, you know. You brush your hair, you take showers, you do the normal stuff. And also when they question you, know what day it is, what time, who the president is, because they're going to ask you all this stuff to see if you're living in the real world. And on top of that, one of the things that was in my great favor was when the doctor came to see me, I said, who are you and what do you want? Well, I'm the doctor. I says, well, do you have an appointment? And he goes, what? I said, do you have an appointment? He says, I'm the doctor. I said, I don't care if you're the man from GLAAD. Do you have an appointment or not? I only see people by appointment. And you haven't talked to my girl. She doesn't have you on my docket today. So you obviously do not have an appointment. He says, I'm the doctor. I don't need an appointment. I said, oh, no, you got to have an appointment. He says, do you see people with an appointment? He says, well, yeah. I said, well, so do I. I'm no different than you. And he actually put that in the fourth sign of my sanity. Are you there?
Yeah, we can hear you, Ocean.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Yeah. And so they actually put that down. You know, if you have normal process, if you keep yourself clean cut, if you talk rationally and you talk intelligently and you talk in reality, and just expect to be treated with dignity and decorum, and I am a professional here, and who are you? And I don't believe I have you on my docket. You know, and this doctor, he took that as an incredible sign that there's nothing wrong with this guy. He's just, you got the wrong guy. You know, just let him go. So they did. They eventually let me go. You act in an intelligent, rational way. Keep yourself clean cut.
The conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically in 5 minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press star 8.
Well, does everybody want to keep going, or what do you want to do?
I can't do it. I can't press star 8 because I come in through TalkShoe, and they don't provide a dial pad or anything to hit star 8. I don't know how to do it on my keyboard. I hit star 8 and nothing happens. I'll try it. Star 8. Okay.
Well, I don't want to get any or cause any problems. I just basically wanted people to understand and get some help, whatever they need. But yes, they do collaterally attack people like us, and they want to check your bolts and see if everything is in tight. And of course, I was trained to be a serious commando, and I am a serious commando. I normally don't let that guy come out. But if you jump me in the middle of the night and throw your arms around my neck, I'm probably going to break something serious on you. You know, there was a funny story at GM. I was an engineer on their trucks there for a while, and there was a big joke because they set up a hydraulic lift to pick the trucks up so we could get a better view undercarriage-wise for the purposes of drawing frame construction and all that. And when the guy hit the jackhammer, it sounded just like an M60 machine gun going off to break up the cement. And here I am in a room full of 300 or 400 guys all in white shirts and ties. I mean, this is like GM headquarters, you know, everything professional, you know. And I'm on the floor, like, right now, because that sounded like we were taking heavy fire from an M60 machine gun, and I am on the floor right now. White shirt, tie, didn't matter. And the whole room just busted out laughing, and I'm looking up over the board like, where's the fire coming from? You know, and where can I run to get to a safer position? You know, I mean, it's just automatic. The training is just incredibly, you're on automatic. And see, the boss thought it would be a real good idea because I was so goosey. He came up behind me with a big drawing, a chassis complete drawing, and he went to spear me like he was going to bayonet me in the back, and out of the corner of my eye I caught it. I took the damn drawing away from him and sidekicked him. He flew over 2 boards, and there was a great big black boot print right on his beautiful white shirt with his GM dad's tie with his diamond pin on it. And I said, I'd really appreciate it if you didn't do that, sir. I says, it's kind of trained into me rather thoroughly that I'm going to defend, and if you do that, you're taking a real serious chance against hurt bad. And everybody just roared, and they chided this guy. Go jump on that old guy there. Jump on him. No, I'm going to leave him alone. That one, he's kind of goosey, you know. But a lot of people don't realize when the veterans come home, these people, the fact that they survived should tell you something. They're survivors, number one. And number two, you're not going to just play games with them and jump them. They're going to break your face, you know. It's probably a real good idea if you should be considerate of that fact.
Mm-hmm.
Not be playing stupid games, especially who just got his guts all stitched up and he's stapled together, and here you are going to see him jump out of the bed 3 foot. Well, what do you think's going to happen? He's going to tear his stitches. Well, that's exactly what happened. They had to take me back upstairs and sew me back up. So, you know, it was a joke to him, but it wasn't a joke to me.
Mm-hmm.
He needs to know how close he come to seeing God that day.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you, I'm just glad I've gotten a little old and a little slower, because there was a time that he would have been going to his funeral for sure. Just a stupid joke. And you see, they thought that was real funny. Well, he's a little goosey. Yeah, okay. He's got that stress syndrome or whatever they want to call it. And then, of course, the psychiatrist has to check you out to see, should we even let you go? You're kind of psychotic, you know that? Well, the United States of America trains the finest fighting soldiers in the world, so if you jump us like you're an enemy soldier, we're going to respond with vigor, because we are very well trained. And that's true of any of our soldiers, sailors, Marines, airmen. And you don't want to mess with them, because they're not going to fool with you. They're going to deal with you, and the fact that they came back